Lonzo stares at the ceiling and goes, "Hey, man, wasn't I supposed to do something there?" All right, it's not Friday.
I was and remain slightly confused, Lonzo. Just slightly confused because, and I looked at my phone just to verify this, and I will acknowledge that there is the possibility that perhaps the phone is wrong, but I do believe it is Thursday. Is that incorrect? Are you just that amped up about this week coming to its conclusion?
Admittedly, I forgot what day it was.
Okay, I mean, listen.
I mean, just for a moment, I shouldn't forget what day it is.
And it's okay. It happens. I quite literally did it yesterday at the end of the show. Not only did I do it yesterday at the end of the show, but I got home from work yesterday and texted my wife. She works from home on Thursdays and Fridays. Got home and texted my wife, "Where are you?" Because she's not at home and she works from home on Thursdays. And she said, "I'm at work." And I said, no. Like, where are you? I'm at home. You work from home on Thursdays. And she said, "Hey, idiot, it's Thursday or it's Wednesday." And I said, "Oh, that's right." And then our dog trainer lady comes to the house on Mondays and Thursdays to train the dog at 4:00. And I was outside at 4 p.m. and then texted the dog lady at like 4:15. And I'm like, "Hey, is everything okay? We're out in the yard. I've played fetch with the puppy to get her like warmed up and ready to work. Everything good?" And she wrote back and said, "It's Wednesday." And I went, "Damn it, again, twice in one day." So you're not alone. Okay. It's just that I only made my mistake in front of a person.
Yeah, well, hey, this is like the second major mistake I've made this week. You know what I'm going through to a degree, and I'm surprised I haven't done worse than that. So.
Texter just said, quote, "Everyone in the upstate just looked to see what day it is." I need you to know, Texter, I'm everyone. I'm everyone.
The look that you gave me.
I was very confused.
Yeah, no, you gave me a look, and I'm thinking, okay, why is he looking at me? Oh, crap.
Yeah.
It's Thursday. It's not Friday.
Yeah. Hey, don't get me wrong. I'm excited about Friday, too. I'm just putting off my excitement until Friday. Welcome in.
My inside elbow pits are sweating right now. So just because my blood pressure went up and I feel really stupid. But that's okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Weenus and Pitt Show. We are back. Good to have you. Happy Thursday, everybody. I am Rob Brown. He is confused. I mean, Lonzo. And we are glad to have you.
That's fine. I mean, this could be the end of me. I don't know. Or maybe I'm just having a bad week. I mean.
It's that one. It's that one. And I know it is that one, but I'm still, it happened. It happened. Sometimes you just got to wear it. Jersey Joe said, instead of Throwback Thursday, it's now officially Throw Your Back Out Thursday. Ugh, sucks getting old. We're going to chalk that one up to a senior moment. And again, we all have them. I have one.
Maybe Joe actually threw his back out.
Maybe there's that.
I hope you feel better, Joe.
Boys and girls, we have got a lot that we need to get to today on the radio program. But since we are here, since the show started the way that the show started, it happens to the best of us, but it happened. And we have to acknowledge the elephant in the room. I think maybe, perhaps, perchance, maybe I can make us all feel just a little bit better. And by all of us, of course, I mean Lonzo and myself to some degree. Yesterday we had a discussion about the my old man moment of the week. My old man moment of the week coming on yesterday because of a moment that happened on Tuesday. And again, days of the week can be confusing, but happened on Tuesday, talked about it yesterday. the NBA on NBC made its return. And to open up the NBA on NBC before they played John Tesh Rock, they interviewed a bunch of NBA players, both old and new. And you know, the old guys, Patrick Ewing, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, et cetera, they were like, oh yeah, here's his memory. And this is what the NBA on NBC. And it brings me back to days gone by of rivalries and blah, blah, blah. And it was just basketball players talking what they loved about hoops. And then they interviewed the young cats and they said, hey, what's your favorite memory about the NBA on NBC, knowing good and gosh darned well that those children were not yet born when the NBA on NBC went off the air.
So you're saying they set them up? Yeah.
Well, no, because for the comedy, I respect that. I get it. I respect that. So they went to the kids, and the kids were like, "Yeah, no, dog, I wasn't a thing yet. I wasn't around yet. My mama and my daddy didn't do the boom boom yet to make me a thing, so I wasn't there when it happened." And again, not a bad thing. That's how time works. But it still was like, ugh, golly. Okay, cool. Got it, guys. Well, that was my old man moment of the week. And there was another conversation that has been going on for a while, which is I have always, to the embarrassment of many people in my circle, I have always had some level of pride in knowing what is going on with the Ute. I know most of the lingo. I know most of the youth language. That's cool, but I've taken pride in the fact that I can stay connected with the next generation, which again, if I'm going to say, as I always do, that the Rob Brown Show is for everybody, whether you're a hardcore, diehard ex-NFL coach or somebody who, I have a note taped to my computer monitor in the office that I received 3 or 4 years ago from a young lady in her mid-70s. Who wrote me an email, and she said, I don't know about sports. I never grew up around sports. I don't know anything about sports, but my 3 grandsons love sports. And I listen to your show in the morning because you talk about sports in a way that I can understand it, even though I don't know anything about it, so that I can then have those conversations about sports with my grandkids in the afternoon. And I have always taken pride in that to some degree. So I felt a little bit better about myself yesterday when I came across this quote. This past Monday night, the Detroit Lions were playing football. Amon-Ra St. Brown, who is a young guy, young cat, young baller. Amon-Ra St. Brown, I was an adult when that kid was born, all right? He scored a touchdown. It was his 7th touchdown on the season. Of course, your 7th touchdown on the season comes after your 6th touchdown on the season. And Amon-Ra St. Brown looked into the camera and did the 6-7 celebration. He looked at the camera. And if you don't know what the 6-7 thing is, don't worry. None of us do. None of us know what it is. So Amon-Ra St. Brown.
We all know what it is. And I pointed that out last Thursday. You guys can pretend like it's not what it is, but that's universal.
No, it's not.
It is definitely universal.
That is, again, as you are not the Ute, I'm telling you, that's not how. I understand what you're saying, that's the signal of, hey, look at that young lady over there. She's blessed. But that's not what those kids are doing. So Amon-Ra St. Brown looks in the camera.
Yeah, they got the old man fooled is what they got.
And he does the 6-7. So Amon-Ra St. Brown does a podcast with his brother. I believe it's pronounced Equimonia St. Brown. But whatever. They do a podcast together.
I do believe that you're actually correct on that.
The St. Brown Brothers podcast, because, everybody gets a podcast in 2025. They're doing the podcast, and bro asked, why did you do that? And this is the conversation that went down.
What's up with that?
Yeah, that's the 6-7, I had 6 touchdowns going into that game. That was my 7th, so it only made sense for me to hit the 6-7, I know the kids loved it. I loved it. What it means, I still have no clue what 6-7 means, but it's just like 6-7. Like when somebody asks, just 6-7. Like,
you have no idea what it means. You can't explain.
Do you know what it means?
No.
Me neither.
I thought
no
you
one
knew.
knows what it means.
I thought you knew what it meant. Like,
find someone that knows what it means. I'll wait.
Someone comment in the comment section. I need to know what that means.
I don't think there's a meaning. There's no. It's just. 6-7.
Okay, we'll find out. We'll find out after this.
Do you know how much better? Do you know how much better I feel about my life now? Because, it's understandable, I think, for a 40-year-old white dude not to get what 6'7" means. I think that's okay. I feel better about the fact that Amon-Ra St. Brown, who is like slightly more than half of my age, also said, yeah, I did it. I have no idea what it actually means. I just know I had 6. I got 7. I did the 6'7". This man's 25 years old, and he's not connected. I feel better.
It makes perfect sense why he did it. But again, do you like going around doing something that you don't know what it means? Because then, later on, you may find out it means something totally different, and you're going to be like, oh, I can't believe I did that.
10,000%. I am aware. I told the story earlier this week. Well, I guess last week. Yeah, last week. Last week, I was at an event in front of a good-sized crowd with a microphone. And a good chunk of the crowd was young folk. And so I was doing my thing on the microphone, and I was basically riffing on the mic for the betterment of the organization that I was working for. And as I was doing this, I worked in a 6'7" joke. Mainly because, hey, you want to win over the crowd, right? Like public speaking 101. Figure out how to win over the crowd, especially if it's an adversarial crowd. If you can figure out how to win them over, you're in a great spot. So I looked around. The average age of the people in this room was probably around 25, 26 years old. So in the middle of my little riff there, I dropped a 6'7" joke. And a bunch of them laughed. They were like, oh, 6'7", 6'7". He gets a 6'7", 6'7". And I was like, yeah, I'm cool. So then I got to talking with the guy who runs the organization, who was a friend of mine. We were talking off to the side, and he goes, bro, you dropped a 6'7". I said, yeah. And he's my age, like 2-3 years younger than me. He said, you dropped a 6'7". I said, I sure did. He goes, do you know what that means? And immediately I went, you know what? I really hope it doesn't mean something awful. I really hope it doesn't mean something awful, because I'm on tape doing this thing now, doing the 6'7". I'm on tape. I hope it doesn't mean something bad. And I said, no, what's it mean? He goes, oh, I don't know either. I was asking you genuinely if you know what it means, because like every kid in this organization laughed their ass off when you did it. So nobody know what it means.
So why aren't you going around saying skibbity? I mean, it's the same thing.
Because that's dumb.
Skibbity doesn't mean anything either.
6'7" are at least words. At least it's a word.
It's like 2 numbers, but still.
Which are words.
No, you're right. But
so I'm good with it.
Well, skibbity is in the dictionary now, remember? So it's a word too.
No. It is on the internet.
No, it's we had this discussion already. It's been added to the dictionary.
When I go purchase the Merriam-Webster Dictionary 2026 edition,
which you will not do.
Which I will do if it's not in there to give them credit for it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got a lot we got to get to. Point of all this was, if Amon-Ra St. Brown at 25 doesn't know what it means, I'm still cool. All right, I still got it. I'm still cool. All right, we got a lot to get to. I'm going to go ahead and skip. I'm going to push fast forward here in a minute, because I know he's only got a couple of minutes here with us. But the legendary, the iconic, the Tom Brady of local sports talk radio here in the great upstate of South Carolina, Chris Miller, saw the Facebook caption for our live stream. One of the questions that we are going to attack voraciously on the program today, and I'll tell you why in a moment. Man, I'm just killing the first segment of this radio show today. One of the questions we are going to attack today,
teasing, man.
Because there is an answer to this question, and I am going to put myself at great risk here by saying the following sentence, a sentence I don't believe I've ever said before, and I doubt I will ever say again. Chris Miller, you're wrong. A straw is one hole. A straw is one hole. There's a question going around on the internet right now.
Oh, crap. A straw has 2 holes.
No, a straw has 1 hole. It's a hole that is stretched out. You have stretched one hole to a length. It's still one hole.
Say that differently next time.
No, I can't, because that's what it is.
And you're wrong.
Here's what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, later on in the show. There is
That's just one continuous hole, man.
Correct. That is exactly right. So there is an argument going around on the internet right now about whether a straw is a hole or has 2 holes. And there's also a viral trend going on around professional sports teams right now, where they will get the fellas on the football, hockey, baseball, basketball team, whatever, as they're going out or coming off of a practice field, and they will either have them undertake some type of challenge, or they will ask them a question like this one, whatever. So we've done a couple of these, right? Like we had one 2-3 weeks ago, which was I believe it was the New York Giants, and they were asked, what is a weird food combination that you really love? And there were some interesting answers. There was, I think one was like pork chops and applesauce. And then there was.
That's actually good.
Never had it.
Yeah. I mean, you never had applesauce on your plate and the pork chop gets mixed in it. And you're like, oh, that tastes good.
Nope. Never done it before. So like, that's the kind of answers. And there were some that they said this and people were like, no, I've had that a bunch. And I think it was a geographical separation. And then there were a few of these guys that I think just lost their gosh darn minds. Right. There was like one guy that was like, big mound of sugar on top of spaghetti and meat sauce. And I'm like, dude, I'll kick your ass for saying that. I will fight you for that.
I don't know about a big mound, but a lot of people, when they make their spaghetti, they put like a couple tablespoons on it. And it definitely it tastes good. It tastes really good. So maybe it is geographical.
It's 100% geographic.
And you're from like another country down in Florida and everybody else is,
I'm going to say,
here.
I'm going to say, tell an Italian you put sugar on the spaghetti. You'll catch hands. You'll get Tony Soprano.
I seriously doubt that.
The reason
it's a secret that they don't tell people.
The reason I bring that up is not to go back down that rabbit hole, but to tell you the most recent viral moment came from the New England Patriots because they asked the boys coming off the practice squad for New England, is a straw one hole or two? And it was a fight. It was a fight between fellas on the team, those who were committed as I am to a straw is one hole. It's just stretched out and one long hole. And the fellas who say a straw is an object that has two holes, one at each end. And I'm not going to lie. I was kind of ready to go to battle when I saw this video last night. I was kind of ready to go to war about this. So we're going to answer that later. But the iconic Chris Miller showed up and said a straw has two holes. It is a tunnel, and a tunnel has two holes. I would disagree with you, Chris Miller. So I'm going to need you to circle back around in about an hour and a half, 2 hours when we get to that, because I'm going to need this to be a thing.
Yeah, he'll be at his job at that point.
I know he's got a real job,
doing
and he's
award-winning work. Yeah,
whatever. Still,
unlike us this past year, we're going to change that though.
Oof. All right. We also are going to get to a lot of sports. We are going to get to the National Football League because today I would like to play a game. I teased it yesterday. I would like to play the game today. The game is a game that I have just named. The game is football gods or absolute frauds. Mainly because if you're going to do something like that in radio and you want to make it a benchmark and a highlight segment, it's got to have a good name. And it's either got to have solid alliteration or a wonderful rhyme that catches the earlobe. That's what we're going to go here. Football gods or absolute frauds.
Would you like me to remind you? I know I can't remember what day it is. Would you like me to remind you to make sure that we get to it? I mean, because
would I like to? Yes. But as it is not, thank God it's Friday. You good?
No. Yeah. I've recovered from that, but I'm saying that I may have lost some trust there. Nope. But
got it right now.
Yeah. Did you have it written down yesterday?
Yeah, but we also had to do. Yesterday I had forgotten to do.
That is not real.
So we had to circle back around to that too. So we are going to do later on today, football gods or absolute frauds. I made it rhyme so I could justify. Also later on, came across a very interesting conversation with a couple of the boys yesterday. Fill in right now, today, October 23rd. Fill in your college football Final Four, not playoff field. Tell me your college football Final Four today. Because as I went through these, I made a realization. It feels like 3 teams are almost a consensus between people that I asked to do this yesterday. I asked a bunch of the boys yesterday, give me your playoff Final Four. And there were 3 teams that were almost consensus across the board. Is there as much parity as we think that there is? We're going to talk about that later. We'll get some baseball as well. World Series kicking off tomorrow. Rob Brown absolutely nailed his take on the Charlotte Hornets. We'll get to that and a whole lot more. I'm Rob. He's Lonzo. Thank God it's Friday here on the Rob Brown Show.
I want you to know that I'll get you back if this continues. I deserve it, but I also am vengeful.
The Rob Brown Show's on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate.
That world.
All right, good morning, everybody. Stay right there. We'll come back here in just a minute. We'll pick up your comments in the chat. Stay right there.
Nashville. By the way, Steven, my favorite horror movie of all time is not Friday the 13th. I love Jason. He's my favorite monster, but my favorite horror movie is Prince of Darkness by John Carpenter, because it literally scared me as a young adult. And the devil's in a jar in the basement of a church, and and Alice Cooper kills someone with like a bike with the handlebars off, that pointy part, just like it's messed up.
So this feels like relatively big news for fans of the Carolina Panthers, reported yesterday by David Newton of ESPN. David Tepper's plan for $800, scratch that, that's going to be $800 million. I suspect he's probably doing a lot more than $800 in renovations to Bank of America.
Yeah, they fixed up a stall in the bathroom.
They changed a couple of the beer taps out.
We took care of it.
David Tepper's plan for $800 million in renovations to Bank of America Stadium was approved today by the NFL. Along with the approval of those $800 million in renovations, it means the league also approved the lease and non-relocation clause, saying that the Panthers will now officially not move out of Charlotte for at least the next 20 years. That according to David Newton of ESPN, who is the beat writer for the Panthers, covering this team. That's what we saw yesterday. We will find out if that is accurate, what's going to come of that. I don't really have any more details, but that's what it looks like as of this moment in time. We will find out what is going to come of that. We knew back in June that the Charlotte City Council approved $800 million worth of renovations, so we knew that was what the amount was going to be. We know that they approved a joint $800 million stadium renovation plan with the Panthers. Under that policy, the city will pay $650 million toward the renovation of Bank of America Stadium in return for David Tepper keeping the team in Charlotte through 2045. Tepper will also pay the remaining $150 million up front. So far, according to the NFL.com, Tepper has already invested more than $117 million in stadium upgrades so far, and has agreed to another estimated $421 million in potential overages for capital improvements over the term of the deal. That is to say, the city of Charlotte said, we will put $650 million on the table. If you give us A, you will pay for $150 million. B, you will sign a contract that says that the team will not leave Charlotte for another 2 decades at the earliest. And if the price of the renovations was to go over, you will take care of whatever the overage is. So if it's, we're giving you $650, you're doing $150, the total is $800 million. If it goes to $875 million, David Tepper, you will pick up that overage. That was passed by a 7-3 margin in the Charlotte City Council. It did have to be approved by the NFL, and it looks like that has gone ahead and passed as of yesterday. So we will see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what comes of that later on as we move forward. But I do think that this is a good thing. This vote took place by the ownership of the NFL in New York City yesterday. This was a measure brought forth by David Tepper. He did need approval by the 32-person governing body, aka the owners, to make this happen. I do not have the vote total, but I can't imagine it wasn't like most of them. Like any owner that looks and goes, you got the city of Charlotte to give you $650 million for stadium upgrades, and you're only on the hook for $150. Yeah, that's pretty solid, dude. That's pretty solid. That's good work there. So the the Carolina Panthers, almost call it the Charlotte Panthers. That's because I watched the Charlotte Hornets game last night. And again, we're going to talk about that because I walked away real happy with the buzz last night, but that's a different segment for a different time. Here's what we know so far. We know that construction includes some work that is already started right next to the Panthers practice field. They are building a, quote, state-of-the-art field house. Other upgrades expected to the stadium include, but are not limited to, new seats installed throughout the upper and lower bowls, improved accessibility throughout the facility for those with disabilities, stadium safety and security enhancements, exterior enhancements, and a modernization of mechanical, plumbing, electrical, and HVAC systems. That is what is listed on the overall plan. Renovations were initially set to be complete by 2029, but according to the Charlotte Business Journal, those renovations could stretch as far as into 2030. Why am numbers are kicking my ass today, man. The total city contribution capped at $650 million. The rest will come from Tepper Sports and Entertainment, which is the tune of $150 million out of the gate and $421 million over the next 20 years for anticipated future renovation costs over the term of the deal. The Jacksonville Jaguars had their stadium renovation plan put to a vote last year at the same NFL meetings. And we now know that that vote was unanimous for Jacksonville. I would be shocked if the same was not true for the Panthers at their NFL meetings. So far, we talked about the renovations that are to come. Earlier this month, the city approved plans for a new music venue right next to Bank of America Stadium. The approval from the city council was required because it needed to amend its ground lease agreement with Tepper Sports and Entertainment to include terms for a 4,400-seat indoor performance venue on about 2 acres adjacent to the stadium. The project will be privately funded by Tepper Sports and will not use tax dollars for construction or operation. The city approved the proposal unanimously. City officials said it would fill a void for a mid-range venue with a capacity between 25 to 8,500 people, would ideally host 80 to 100 shows per year. Obviously, that could be connected with Panthers games. It could be connected with other shows that are taking place, other events that use Bank of America Stadium throughout the course of the year. Look, man, when you get to a spot like this, these are all business deals, right? Like I don't even pretend that I'm in the stratosphere of understanding what is happening. I have no doubt that there is some level of connection with David Tepper saying, hey, if you will, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, make sure that my privately owned and operated concert venue that I would like to build right next to my stadium and then can utilize them in tandem with each other, I would like to ensure that gets the approval. And if it does, how about I go on the hook for $550 million in renovations over the next 20 years to make sure that you have one of the nicest stadiums in the NFL? What I will be curious about, and this is just a thought that is long-term, do we get to a point in 8, 9, 10, 12, 15 years of the 20 that Bank of America is now locked in? Do we get to a point where David Tepper circles back around, goes to the city of Charlotte, and says to the city of Charlotte, hey, now I would like a new stadium. I would like another stadium. I would like to go state of the art. I've been to Bank of America 15 times since I've got here. I've gone to 3, 4, 5, 6 Panthers games. I've been to a bowl game. I've been to multiple MLS games. I've been in that stadium for, I think, everything but a music concert at this point. And it is a very nice stadium. Is it state of the art? No, not really. Like, it's nice. It's dressed up nice.
Well, what
doesn't
stadium
smell bad.
have you been to that is state of the art?
Atlanta.
That's the only NFL stadium I've ever been to.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Atlanta has an absolutely beautiful stadium. And I can't stand a Falcon, but Arthur Blank did a good job with that stadium. As much as it's not as much superficial in the stadium, but in the concourses and outside, Jacksonville Stadium is very nice. They're getting a new one. So their new stadium will
So
be.
are the seats better in Atlanta? I mean, are they better quality? I mean,
So
the actual football part, when you're out there watching the game, is there a difference?
Yes is the answer. I've only been to one event. I have not been to a Falcons game in Atlanta, but I have been to an Atlanta United game, and I was there for a bowl game last year. I don't remember which one I went over for. It clearly didn't make an impact, the game itself. But as far as the game watching experience, yes, I will say that Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta has by far and away some of the most comfortable regular fan seating that I've been in, right? Like there's a little extra width to the seats you sit in, a little extra padding to them. I will say that the presentation of the game in Atlanta is dramatically better. They have one of those gigantic rings the field boards around the top, and then another one that actually rings the level between the second and the third concourse. They do a fantastic job of presentation. The sound system's awesome.
Distraction. I mean, a place for advertising.
I mean, if they're using it, yes, they are going to put advertising. But if they are using it to put up, as the Falcons do, if they're using it to put up replays, if they're using it to put up player graphics, if they're using it to put up statistics,
put replays
etc.
on the ring thing?
Yeah, it's an LED board. It's just one giant ass board, right?
Okay.
It's a jumbotron. It's just big as hell.
You made it sound like it went all the way around, like the thing that goes around stadiums. That's just.
It is, but it's a video board. It's a jumbotron, but it stretches a big ass circle all the way around the stadium.
I'm not. I know I've been this way all week. I don't know how that improves me watching of the game. If the seats are wider, hey, I'm there because I'm wider now. And I said wider, not whiter. I mean, that to me makes a stadium better. It's not about all that stuff because that's saying, hey, look up here, not at the field.
Again, everybody's going to watch their game, as we talked about yesterday with the network conversation, their own way. But for me, as a big stat guy, are
the concessions better? Are the bathrooms better? I mean, those are things that would affect what I thought about stadium.
I will. Let me finish where I was with the jumbotron thing, and then I'll answer that too, because the answer to all of that is yes. The jumbotron, to me, the way that Atlanta built theirs, and they're not the first one. The Clippers have the same thing in their new gigantic arena out in LA that is basketball's version of that now. The circle video board, it's a circle. It goes 360 degrees around the stadium, but it is a jumbotron. It's not like a ticker where they just have like the generic advertisements. They can put the replay on this section and then the stats in this section and then an advertisement and then like a player graphic over here, and then they repeat that around the building. Now, as somebody who, when I watch games, I am a stats guy. So if I'm at a game, obviously I'm not able to necessarily follow the stats the way that I am if I'm home watching it on TV, have my laptop, have my tablet, whatever. If I'm at the game, I appreciate when Bijan Robinson reels off a 72-yarder, and then I get the replay next to a big graphic that says Bijan Robinson, and it's got like a wrestling card picture where he's up there spinning the ball or whatever, and then it's got his stats and his percentages and his numbers for the day and then on the season and all that. It is basically all of the information and visual that I would get if I was watching the game at home, but I can look at it between plays. Because again, when the ball's down and the ref blows the whistle and they're spotting the ball and guys are on and off and whatever, hey, it's right there. It's not like I'm looking, I got to turn around and face a different direction. It's right over the field. Look up, see what I want to see, look back down. But the other thing Atlanta has done, and I will be interested to see if David Tepper does this in Carolina because of how much credit Arthur Blank has gotten, concessions in Mercedes-Benz Superdome, or Mercedes-Benz Stadium, are the cheapest I have ever seen at a pro game. Hot dogs are like $2. A 16-ounce beer in Atlanta is like $5. That's a $14 beer in the New Orleans Superdome. It's like $5 in Atlanta. So every aspect of it has gone into making the fan experience as good as it can be, which I think a lot of other NFL teams have lost the plot on in years gone by. And to answer the most important question, the bathrooms are shockingly nice. There's no trough.
Okay. Yeah, because
individual urinals.
Troughs are stupid.
And they're clean. All right, we got to take a break. We'll come back here in just a minute. Charlotte Hornets got their season started last night. I'll talk about them and the fact that I absolutely nailed. It's been one game, but shut up. Nailed my take on Brandon Miller. Let's talk about that next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, dudes and dudettes, stay right there. I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. Rob Brown, the great Alonzo, and you. Texter says, Hornets look legit, Rob. I know it was one game against the Nets, but I watched 60-plus games a season, and this was different. Real team ball, 9 players in double digits, and the rookies look good. The bandwagon will be open for a short time. Now, I am a New Orleans Pelicans guy. I have always told you with full honesty, I pull for the local teams primarily because I get paid more and they make my job easier when they're good. My job stinks. I mean, if they're going to be bad, I need them to be real bad, right? Like I need them to be cataclysmic bad. And when it comes to the NBA, the reality of the situation is that the NBA in this area is not huge. It's not big in this area. It's bigger up when you get towards Charlotte. So the Hornets being, I don't know, a 19-win basketball team, it doesn't help me the way that it is if Clemson and South Carolina are both, I don't know, make up a random record you wouldn't think they would be. 3-4 through this part of the season.
That sounds far-fetched.
Yeah, I know it sounds ridiculous, but it kind of is what it is, right? So the Hornets are a team that I genuinely need to be good because the reality is if Clemson's bad, I can come in here and poo-poo what is wrong, and that's a conversation that people want to have. If the Gamecocks are bad, if the Panthers are bad, I can come in here and poo-poo on what is wrong, and that's a conversation. If the Hornets are bad, I can come in here and raise holy hell about everything wrong with the basketball team, and the reality is none of you care. You'll care more if the team is good. Americans latch their horses on to winners, not losers. And so if you are latched on to a winner that is losing, that's one thing. If you are latching on to an NBA team, it is almost around here exclusively because they are winning. So my take yesterday on this team was that I genuinely think they might be the most electrifying 500 team in basketball. This team might end the year 41-41 and be wildly exciting in the process. Now, how could 41-41, how could a 500 season be exciting? And the answer is, well, coming off of a 19-win season, to more than double your win total in a single year, even if that has you just missed the play-in, or maybe you're the last team in the play-in, that's still a huge jump in performance from last year to this year. But why do I think they're going to be excited or exciting? I gave you a few reasons yesterday. The first is I really like the chemistry of what I thought was going to be the starting 5 last night, and it was the starting 5 last night. LaMelo at the 1, Brandon Miller, Miles Bridges kind of playing a 2-4 hybrid, Con Knipple as the shooter, and Ryan Kalkbrenner, the rookie, at the big man spot. And there's something I like about every one of these guys. And it is that every one of these guys has a set role that takes advantage of their skill set, but can play some other role within the offense if and when necessary. So LaMelo Ball. LaMelo Ball can be a 2010 guy. He was a 28 guy last night, 20 points, 8 assists, 7 of 15 from the floor, 4 of 8 from behind the arc. I look at Miles Bridges. Miles Bridges can be a swing guy. He can be a slash guy. 18 points, 6 of 11 from the floor, 3 of 6 from length, but he added 11 boards. I like, and I think you saw last night, there is a ton of room for growth, but I say that in a positive way, right? Like, room for growth is a loaded phrase. It's a loaded phrase. It is a phrase that can mean you're doing a lot right and you can still get better. Or it can be a phrase that means you stink and you need to be better. If your manager ever calls you into the office and says, hey, man, listen, I've done your performance review and I believe that there's room for growth, you better get your ass in gear is what that means. However, when I look at Ryan Kalkbrenner, I use that in the positive way. Room for growth. Kid came out last night, 10 points, How about 11 boards and 2 blocks in this game? I will take for a rook playing the 5 on an offense or on a roster that is offensively minded, or at least in the starting 5 that's offensively minded. Miles Bridges is a /score threat. Brandon Miller, who I predicted was going to be the key to this offense, right? Again, I'm really hoping LaMelo Ball can stay healthy. I watched Lonzo Ball play last night too. He played for Chicago a little bit. Can I tell you, and I mean this, how much more likable those guys are now that their jackass dad isn't on TV every 5 minutes? Like, can I tell you how much more likable Lonzo and LaMelo Ball are now that I don't have to see what's his face show up trying to sell me knockoff dollar store Nikes every day? Big baller brand. Shut up, dog. Nobody's here for you. We're here for the kids because they can ball. You can't. So I'm pulling for LaMelo Ball. I hope the guy can stay healthy. This is a cat last year who is being discussed as a potential MVP before his ankles blew up on him again. I hope he can stay healthy. But LaMelo Ball as a 1 who can go get 10 assists, 12 assists in a night, but can also shoot 50% or better. You got a very dual threat and good at both angles, number 1. Between Miller and Bridges, you've got a solid 3-4 alternate guy, right? Either one of those guys can play the 3. Either one can play the 4. That is a weapon because you can find out what is the defense prioritizing. What are they Are they prioritizing stopping the slash and score? In which case, I need a guy who can establish and then distribute. Are they doing their best to stop a mid-range distribution? Now I need a guy who can slash to the inside, be a cutter both with and without the ball. Bridges and Miller can do both of those things. Both of those guys can do both of those things, which means that regardless of how an NBA defense is lined up against them, I can take advantage of both doing the same thing, one doing one thing, one doing the other. That is, to me, if Brandon Miller hits, and we got 31 minutes out of the guy last night. If Brandon Miller hits the levels I think he can hit, he was my favorite draft pick out of his class. If it wasn't for that wrist injury, I think a lot of you would already know who Brandon Miller is. If Brandon Miller rises to the level I think he can be, he next to Miles Bridges is absolutely a phenomenal combination. So then the question mark was, what about the rookies? What about Con Knippel? What about Ryan Kalkbrenner? Knippel was a guy last night that showed you he can shoot from anywhere on the floor. But he was 3 of 4 behind the arc. Just 11 points for Con Knippel. But there's a couple of things that caused that. The first is, much like Cooper Flagg did for Dallas last night, because that Dallas-San Antonio game I checked in, Victor Wembanyama, 40 points. The man's a freak. Victor Wembanyama, at one point in that game, 2-second aside, I'm going back to Con Knippel. Victor Wembanyama at one point called for the basketball at the top of the court, like at the top of the 3-point. They ran a couple of screens. They got him one-on-one with Anthony Davis, and Victor Wembanyama crossed him up like a 7'2" point guard. It was, when I tell you that it was unbelievable, I was watching it in the bedroom. The wifey poo was next to me. She's not a basketball person, right? Like, I'll watch it. She's like, well, if you're watching, I'll watch it. She doesn't go out of her way for basketball. Outside of the Lady Gamecocks. She doesn't care about basketball. She doesn't care about the NBA. At one point, Victor Wembanyama pulls out AD, crosses him up like a point guard, and I went, did you see that? And she goes, why? I'm asleep. Oh, okay, my bad. Like, he was ridiculous. Anyway, so I watched a little bit of that game, and I saw the same thing out of Cooper Flagg. And I think that this is a rookie thing. In game ones, for rookies, always bet the under. Bet the under, because they're going to hit the under. Why? Because they don't want to, with rare exception. There is one guy, VJ Edgecombe, who set the, second highest total for a rookie of all time in their debut game. I'll get to that later. Or is it, no, wait, what did I put in whatever I put in the flash is correct. What I say, is it third? It's third, right?
That wasn't why I made that. Now I have to change my order and not use that.
No, you can still use it because I'm not going to get into it.
Yeah, but you just,
the point is,
you just said the whole story right there.
Right, but I didn't get into I didn't say a score, who they're playing, whatever. All right, point of all that is, rookies don't ordinarily come out and try to take over the offense. Con Knipple was a dude that I think passed up on 4, 5, 6 shots that I want him taking last night. That is something that is going to come with time, chemistry, comfort in the NBA. But the fact that he came out 4 of 6, 3 of 4 from behind the arc, 11 points, had, I think, 5 boards in that game as well. I need him in the role of a sharpshooter. I need him in the role of knocking down threes. That was something Charlotte did not have last year. So Con Knipple as a threat opened up the field. Brandon Miller as an all-around threat, 25 points last night, showed you he's who I thought he was. It opened up the floor for Miles Bridges with 18. And because all those guys are a threat, now dribble drive lanes for LaMelo Ball are open, 20 points for LaMelo. This team looked like a team last night, which is not something I could say last night. I'm going to talk more about that later on because I went in one game. And again, it was one game and it was against the Nets. I got to think Charlotte Hornets are that's a national game earning team at some point this season. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back here in just a minute. Lonzo's going to tell you about a lot of news stories that aren't Charlotte's win over Brooklyn last night, I assume, in this Sports Flash.
That would be impossible to do. There's not enough stories. So let me tell you what you just heard. The Charlotte Hornets opened their season with a 136-117 win over the Brooklyn Nets. Probably didn't hear that. The Hornets were led by Brandon Miller's 25 and LaMelo Ball's 20. Rookie Ryan Kalkbrenner added 10. Haven't heard anything about him, while rookie Con Knipple put down 11 points, including going 3 for 4 behind the arc. Philadelphia 76ers rookie VJ Edgecombe had the most impressive rookie debut in decades, recording 34 points in his first game, a 117-116 win over Boston. Edgecombe's total was the most points scored by a rookie since Wilt Chamberlain put down 43 back in 1959. The record belongs to Frank Selvey, who scored 35 in 1954. San Francisco Giants have hired Tennessee volunteer coach Tony Vitello. The move is the first time in history that an MLB team has hired a manager directly from a college team without any experience at the pro level. We'll see how that works out. I think he might actually be mad at me about that. But he does that to me all the time. It's ridiculous. I'm going to go fume and scream and kick stuff. Not really, because that would hurt. Kicking stuff. Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
radio. It's the Fan Upstate. Welcome in. Great to have you. I'm Rob Brown. He's the great one, Lonzo. We are rocking and rolling through the foremost electrifying hours in sports talk entertainment. You are going to find anywhere on the radio from 6 till 10 a.m. as long as you only ask people that are related to me. Buddy, got a lot to get to, a lot to talk about here on the radio show this Thursday. Coming up in the next hour of the show, we're going to play a new game that we call Football Gods or Absolute Frauds. I had to make it rhyme so that we can make it a benchmark segment of the show week after week. Thank you very much. I am a radio and creative branding genius. Football Gods or Absolute Frauds. We are going to look at some of the top teams around the NFL and some of the teams that maybe aren't the top teams, but are like in the mix to be one of the top teams in college football. And we are going to ask the question, are they in the running for the championship? Are they football gods? Or do they have everybody faked out? Are they absolute frauds? We'll give you some thoughts on that coming up later on in the show. We have got some very interesting news out of Major League Baseball, and it may or may not be game-changing, both for MLB and for college baseball. I'll talk about that coming up later on. Same thing is potentially true with college soccer. And as somebody who has long argued for changes in the soccer world in order to see us blossom into the global soccer power that I think we can, should, and will eventually be. I like this news too. We'll get to that later on in the show. We got to talk some football, obviously, as Thursday is the day that we begin to turn our attention to the upcoming football weekend. We're going to get to that a little bit later on in the show. But my dudes and dudettes, it is 7:02 and a half in the morning, meaning you now have less than 58 minutes until you've got to get up, get dressed, have your breakfast, down your coffee, get in the car, drive to work, sit at the desk, log in, respond to those passive-aggressive emails with passive-aggressiver emails of your own, and then stop working so that you can walk down the hallway and talk sports with your coworkers, your manager, your supervisor, your boss, your janitor, your IT guy, whoever it is that you talk sports with. And in order to talk sports, you need to know what's going on in the world of sports. And if you need to know what is going on in the world of sports, worry not, my dear friends. That is why on the daily, the great one and I do this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying before they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
It is the water cooler cheat sheet, the top 3 sports stories you need to know before you get to the office and start talking sports this AM. When you do, this is what you will be talking about. Let us dive right in with item number 1. 136-117, the Charlotte Hornets have started their NBA regular season off with a dub and a 1-0 start. That win comes over the Brooklyn Nets last night. 25 points out of Brandon Miller. He led all scorers in this game. LaMelo Ball had 20 points to go along with 8 assists. Brandon Miller had 7 assists with his 25. Miles Bridges, 18 with 11 boards and 4 assists. And it was Ryan Kalkbrenner and Con Knippel. The 2 rooks did both get into the starting 5 with 10 and 11 respectively. Kalkbrenner also added 11 boards. Con Knippel 3 of 4 from behind the arc. What made me even more excited than an excellent start for the starting 5, a starting 5 that I think actually has pretty good chemistry from what we saw so far. There were also 4 players off the bench with double digits as well. Moussa Diabate, Saloon, Sexton, Trey Mann with 13, 10, 15, and 12, respectively. We did see Sion James enter the game for 17 minutes. He finished with 2 points on 1 of 3 shooting, had 4 boards as well. I talked about veteran leadership and veteran presence on this team. I'll give you one more thing. And this is less I'm excited about it and more I'm very intrigued by it. Mason Plumlee, Pat Connaughton, Liam McNeely. None of them even saw the floor last night. Now, ordinarily, if they saw the floor in game number 1, I would think it was because The rookies, predominantly Kalkbrenner and Knippel, but Sion James coming off the bench for 17 minutes as well. I would think that meant that the rookies weren't there. The rookies weren't up to speed. The rookies weren't quite ready for what we thought they would be ready to do in game number one. But to be honest with you, they were. The offense was fast-paced. They were getting up and down the floor. It was unselfish basketball. There was a spot in the opening period of this game where Kalkbrenner got a rebound. They started the fast break. He found LaMelo Ball up the left-hand side. LaMelo crossed the dude up, went out to the left a little bit wider, got a little distance, and it was a spot that I thought LaMelo Ball was going to go up for a contested layup in the spot. But instead, he found Brandon Miller coming behind him and just kind of lobbed it up to him for the oop. Unselfish basketball. LaMelo Ball is a guy that I think in years gone by would have taken that contested layup. I think is a guy that in years gone by would have tried to get in, get the foul, and work around that guy to get the and one, or at least get the foul tagged on him and go to the stripe for a pair. Last night, he was a distributor. Still got his 15 field goals, knocked down 7 of them, 4 of 8 from behind the arc. But overall last night, I thought you saw LaMelo Ball look more like a classic point guard. I still want him scoring the rock, but 8 assists. And realistically, that number should have been closer to 14 or 15, but there were a couple of guys that were not shooting particularly well overall, especially like Colin Sexton, 4 of 9 off the bench. So overall, really happy with what I saw from a very young squad. Brandon Miller in year 2 missed most of last year with a wrist injury. LaMelo Ball, even though it feels like he has been around the league for a very long time, he really hasn't. LaMelo Ball is 24 years old. He's still a young guy. Kalkbrenner, Knippel, Sion James, all rookies. Like, it's a young team. And I very much like that you saw the chemistry, you saw the teamwork out of the Hornets last night. 136-117, they start their season off with a dub over the Nets. A couple of other NBA notes before we move on. Rookie VJ Edgecombe had his first game last night, and it was an all-timer. VJ Edgecombe, 34 points last night, the most points scored by a rookie dating back to Wilt Chamberlain, who scored 43 in his debut in 1959. Frank Selvey, 35 against the Hawks in Boston in 1954, or for the Hawks against Boston in 1954. It is the first and highest time, scratch that, that was a terrible way to say that. It was the most points scored by a rookie dating back to Wilt in 1959. An absolute debut for the record books out of VJ Edgecombe. Cooper Flagg made his debut for the Mavs last night. He described it as, and I quote, not great. And it really wasn't. Listen, this is why I said in the last segment, it's going to take some rookies, predominantly rookies like Cooper Flagg, who carried those Duke Blue Devils last year. It may take them a minute or two to get used to the NBA. Even with preseason games, it may take them a minute or two to get fully ready and play up to NBA game speed, especially if they do not want to show up and be ball hogs on night number 1 with the new team. I'm not particularly concerned about Cooper Flagg. 10 points, 4 of 13 shooting. He had a couple off-balance shots early where I think he was just trying to put the first 2 points on the board and open up the floodgates. But also keep in mind, he started at point guard. Cooper Flagg did not play point guard in college. So not only is he a rook playing in his first NBA game, he was playing out of position. Now, will they keep him at point guard for the remainder of his time with the Mavs? I hope not. Or at least if they plan on being a point guard, I hope they at least start him out as let's move him to shooting guard. Let's get him a little more comfortable with playing outside in versus at Duke when he played inside out. Let's let him get used to playing outside in before we start asking him to take on point guard responsibilities. We'll talk more about that as we follow the career of the number 1 overall pick from this past year's draft. Let's get to item number 2. I do not think that the San Francisco Giants baseball club naming a new manager would necessarily make the water cooler cheat sheet, but it is who they named as the new manager that makes me put them at item number 2. Tennessee coach Tony Vitello has been named the new manager of the Giants. It is the first time that a big league club has hired a manager directly from a college program who has no experience as a professional coach. Vitello, who said in a podcast that he did indeed consider staying at Tennessee after he won the Men's College World Series in 2024, replaces Bob Melvin, who was fired September 29th after the conclusion of an 81-81 season, the fourth consecutive year without a playoff berth for the San Francisco Giants. Vitello said in a statement, quote, "I am incredibly honored and grateful for this opportunity. I'm excited to lead this group of players and represent the San Francisco Giants. I can't wait to get started and work to establish a culture that makes the Giants faithful proud." Now, Vitello is not exactly an old guy. He's only 47 years old, but he has been widely regarded as one of the best and certainly most exciting college baseball coaches in a very long time. He has been an absolute recruiting wizard. He has not just been a wizard, but he is the definition of high energy in his job. Tony Vitello is a dude who took over a Tennessee squad that had been mired in decades of mediocrity. And he turned that program around. He brought them to 3 of the last 4 College World Series. He won one of those World Series. And I am going to tell you, in a statement that some of you are going to butt heads with me over, I think the college baseball championship is the hardest championship in sports to win. I think the College Baseball World Series is the hardest championship, the most difficult championship in sports to win. I really want you to think about that for a second. Not only do you have to go through regionals, then you have to go through a best of 3 super regionals. Then you got to go to Omaha, and you've got to go through a double elimination tournament. Then you've got to get to the championship series, and then you've got to win a best of 3 series for the Natty. And then in baseball, unlike in college football, unlike in college basketball, March Madness, you may occasionally have a Loyola Marymount Chicago pop-up. You may occasionally have a, Phi Slamma Jamma. You may occasionally have a UCF or a USF or an FAU or an FIU pop up. But by and large, your basketball national championships are mostly going to either blue bloods or smaller schools who put like 100% of their athletic department into basketball. Florida, Connecticut, Kansas, Baylor, Virginia, Villanova, North Carolina, Villanova, Duke, UConn, Louisville, Kentucky, Connecticut, Duke. That's the last 15 national champions in basketball. It ain't that way in college baseball. You're going to get some smaller clubs popping up and doing some stuff. So Tony Vitello, keeping Tennessee in the mix for as many years as he did since he got there in 2018, especially considering Tennessee was just bad at basketball when he got there, that's impressive. But impressive jumping from college to the pros that quickly and being the only guy to do it, first guy ever, is interesting, especially considering the fact that in football, the overwhelming majority of college coaches who go NFL, the overwhelming majority of them fail. Steve Spurrier failed at it. Nick Saban failed at it. It's a different sport, obviously. But I believe that there is a reason it's never been done before. Now it has been. I will be following this with great interest, and here's why. If this works, if the San Francisco Giants are genuinely a good team under Tony Vitello over the next 2-3 years, what happens? Now MLB teams start plucking coaches away from college baseball teams that have sustained success. And if you have been a college baseball fan for any length of time, one of the things that you will notice is that it's hard to stay on top in college baseball. You don't see teams that are dynastic. Hell, the SEC has turnover every year. It's the best baseball conference in America, and they turn over their College World Series contenders every year. It is hard to sustain success. So if the MLB was to start jumping in, if the MLB was to start snagging guys who have sustained success in college baseball, it is going to throw that sport even further into whack than it already is. All right, let's get to item number 3. Got a few NFL stories that I want to hit the headlines of very quickly for item number 3. The first is the New York Jets. What a joke, dude. We talked about this yesterday. Woody Johnson, the most hilariously named man in sports. I played you the clip from Woody Johnson in which it sounded to me, and I could be incorrect about this, but I'm not. It sounded a lot to me like Woody Johnson was going after his starting quarterback, Justin Fields, and using him as the foil in order to defend his hiring of Aaron Glenn, a head coach who has led his team to an 0-7 start. He said, look, I think he's improving the team in a lot of ways, but when you got a quarterback that can't complete passes, it's tough to win with that. Well, Justin Fields has responded and did so in a very classy way. He said, quote, asked if he was going to have a conversation with Woody Johnson. He said, quote, I don't think me talking to him is going to do anything. It's not going to make me play better. It's not going to give me more confidence on the field. So I don't think there's necessarily a point in talking about that. And I doubt he'll come to talk to me. I'm not sure how he feels about the situation at all. I mean, I don't have any plans going up to press him about what he said. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. That's just what it is. But you just have a choice or not whether those opinions affect you, end quote. Yeah, I mean, it's nice because he should have said Woody Johnson and his kids, because remember, his kids are the ones who help him decide which players should and shouldn't come. And their scouting is, I played Madden on Xbox, so I know who's good and who's not. I would have dropped a Woody if I was Justin Fields, but he didn't. He said, look, I'm not going to talk to him. It's not going to change anything. I just got to play better. I respect that.
It's also the guy who pays his checks.
There's also that.
You're telling him to do that to his boss.
I mean, yeah, but also Woody Johnson, you know? Like, that's my take. Denver Broncos coach Sean Payton has responded after Russell Wilson responded to him. Sean Payton 2 days ago said, hey, you know, I think me and a lot of other teams would have really liked for the Giants quarterback change to come after we played them because Jackson Dart's kind of a dog. Well, Russell Wilson responded on social media by saying, what a classless take. Still bounty hunting in the media 15 years later, I see. LOL, laughy face emoji. Sean Payton has responded and said, I did see it in the euphoria, the way that game unfolded. That was strictly about Jackson Dart. That was in no way, shape, or form anything that was directed at Russ. And I might be able to see how he might perceive that coming off that win and watching how Dart played. That wasn't my intention at all. You know, Sean, like, maybe, but also when you say, I really wish they wouldn't have changed quarterbacks. Like, you can say it's because Jackson Dart played well, but by definition, aren't you kind of to some degree also saying Russell Wilson ain't as good and you'd have rather played them because you would have beat him easier?
Yeah, that's the way it sounds to me and to most people probably.
Come on, Sean. Just own it. Like, there is, I'll tell you this. I get less angry at disrespectful takes than I do when someone is disrespectful, gets called out, and then immediately is like, this is what I meant. That's what I meant. Yes, it is. Own it, dog. Own it. Yes, it is. Aaron Rodgers said that, as remember, the Pittsburgh Steelers are set to play the Green Bay Packers coming up. And wouldn't you know it, shock of all shocks, that just happened to get made your Sunday night football game. I've been waiting all week for Sunday night. Shout it out, Carrie Underwood from the rooftops. Aaron Rodgers said yesterday, quote, I don't have any animosity toward the organization. Obviously, I wish that things had been better in our last year there, but I have a great relationship with a lot of people still in that organization, and this is not a revenge game for me. I'm just excited to see some of those guys and be on Sunday Night Football again. You know, I don't think the game against the Packers is necessarily a revenge game because I think Rodgers and the Packers, it was kind of an amicable, I don't want to say amicable, but a mutual split. I don't think the revenge game for Aaron Rodgers was the Jets and nobody else, right? Like, whatever. Let me put it this way. A lot of games like this, I go, I got to tune in to watch this. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is going out there and treating this game any differently than any other game, except the Steelers and the Jets back in week 1. Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels will not play Monday night at Kansas City because of a low-grade hamstring strain, according to sources underwent an MRI Monday, that revealed no long-term damage to his right hamstring. The Commanders, however, do not want Daniels to tweak it again against the Chiefs, which, after watching the Chiefs' defense the last 2 weeks, which has been absolutely putting the Hoyt on some QBs, Jaden, your hamstring is still uncomfortable, right? Wink.
Hey, Jaden. That looks like that really sore right there.
Maybe, you look like you're wincing a little bit, buddy.
What? Another week? Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Yeah, that's all right. But for the record, like, even if that's true, it's the right move. It's the right move. Don't throw him out there in front of Chris Jones right now. Like, you make damn sure he's 100%. You've already taken the L's you're going to take. If you want a chance to fight your way back into that division or into a wild card spot, you're going to do it in the back half of the season, not now. And even if you are, the Chiefs are on a hater. Don't throw him out there in front of that defense. And finally, Tampa Bay wide receivers Mike Evans has been placed on injured reserve after suffering a broken collarbone in that Monday night loss to the Lions. Bad news is that they were hoping to get Chris Godwin back soon, but Chris Godwin is also going to be out. The Buccaneers take on the Saints this weekend, and that's a bad thing. I think Baker Mayfield can still run around, but if he's missing Evans and Godwin, Emeka Egbuka is great. Like, he is right now the breakout rookie of 2025, ain't no doubt. But the question that is going to be asked and answered for Tampa Bay this weekend, specifically by Baker Mayfield, is Egbuka a 1? We know he's a 2. We know he's a 3. Can he be the 1? Can he be the X wide receiver and carry that team from that spot? If the answer is yes, fine. If the answer is no, the Saints can put up points. They've done it a few times. This could be more interesting than Tampa Bay wants it to be. All right, we're going to talk some more NFL trade deadline just around the corner. We got to get into that and more. Rob Alonso, The Rob Brown Show was on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. Thank you, Wesley. Thank you so much. You're just the best.
That's an improvement, I guess.
That's better than I expected it to be. I stole a pen from the wife today off her desk. It is a Uniball 207 Plus.
You mean you borrowed? I mean,
yeah, I will bring it back. It is a Uniball 207 Plus. And I got to tell you, I've been working with the Sharpie S7, which is my go-to, or I forget what the specific model is, but you know it, the Zebra metal case pen, like the silver one. Those have been my two go-tos. Y'all, the Uniball 207 Plus might be working its way into the Rob Brown pen rotation. This is solid. Good flow, good weight to it. It's not too heavy, but it's heavy enough you feel like you're moving something around the paper. Good ink flow, good texture, good feel when it's rolling across the paper. I'm going to endorse the Uniball 207 Plus. For those of you that are pen guys, you might want to grab a peck and try it out. Be right back. show rolls on. It's the fan upstate, Rob Alonso, the great one, and you. Real quick, 2 seconds aside. Borrowed a pen from the wife this morning, the Uniball 207 Plus. Highest marks from Rob Brown. I got to tell you, on the Rob Brown has 2 types of pens in the cup. I got my really expensive knife pens. I have a Mont Blanc that I picked up from the old man. I've carried that thing around everywhere. If it is important, like thank you notes, like wedding thank you notes, I use the Mont Blanc. When I went to go buy the new car, it is the first time that I ever like took out a real loan for something, was to buy my new car. I've always paid everything else in cash. Brought the Mont Blanc out to sign that contract. Like if it's something important, the Mont Blanc comes out of it, and it's got its own case, like with a little lock on it and everything. The Mont Blanc, it goes everywhere for the important stuff. But
I have never felt more poor in my life than when you're describing.
For the record, it was my dad's. I would not have spent $200 on a pen, but my old man did.
All right.
But my old man, like everything in his life was on paper, right? Like everything was on paper. So he wanted himself a real nice pen, and I still have that Mont Blanc. But then there's also the I buy a pack of 10 at a time. And I have been on the Sharpie S7, which is more of a gel roller, and I love the Sharpie S7. The problem with the Sharpie S7 is you have to write bigger. It's not really super good, and I write in cursive. Everything is in cursive for me. It's not a great pen for writing in cursive, but it is a great pen if you're writing bigger letters. And then I've also gone with and I forget exactly the model, but the Zebra, which is the metal pen. You know the one I'm talking about if you see it. It's a silver metal tubing, which is nice for a cheaper pen. It's got more weight to it, but it doesn't have as much contact on the paper. So it feels a lot more delicate when you're writing. And since I write in cursive and I write fast, it doesn't really, it's got good weight to it, but it feels really delicate when I'm writing. I just broke out the Uniball 207 Plus, and I got to tell you, it's kind of the perfect balance because it's got not quite the weight of the Zebra metal, but it's got it's got a thicker contact point. It's got a better ink flow. It writes more like the S7, but you have more control. So my cursive is a lot better with this than the S7. I still like the feel of the S7 better, but as far as being able to actually read the words that I'm writing, the Uniball S7 Plus could not get higher marks from Rob Brown. This May, and literally the 2 sentences I've switched over to it so far, I'm 2 sentences into the Uniball S7 207 Plus, and I might be making the shift over to the Uniball. This is solid pen. This is good.
Despite what he says, you still can't read his writing. Trust me.
No, I mean, it's for me. Like, I need to be able to do that. Steven just popped on the chat and made an excellent observation. I get it. He said, pre-Rob Brown's wedding, we were breaking down best strip club wings. Post-Rob Brown wedding, we are breaking down best writing pens. Welcome to our world. You know what? It's fair. It's fair.
I have never felt more like dumb jock wanting to tell the nerd to just shut up.
I get it. Don't think for a second that I don't understand that.
Nerd. It's just a pen.
But let me also tell you exactly why. Let me tell you exactly why.
You're not signing presidential decrees or something.
No, but I write everything. Like you've noticed, I switched from my tablet of truth back to a notepad because writing for me, there is something about writing the thing down, being able to look at, see it, it connects with the brain easier. But let me tell you why I do dumb crap like this on the radio. Can I read you the last 3 texts that we have gotten in? Text number 1, The Rob Brown Show, sports take and pen reviews. Yes, we're well-rounded. But the 2 texts that came in before that.
Well, one of us is.
Metaphorically. The 2 texts that came in before that. One of them is, my favorite pen is the G2 Pilot .38. And I will tell you, there is a G2 Pilot sitting on the desk over in the Fortress of Nerditude right now. I do like the G2 Pilot, but I will tell you that over the past probably 2 months or so, the G2 Pilot, which I still like, has kind of fallen out for me a little bit when I switched over to the Sharpie S7. When I switched to the S7, it was a game changer. And then the second text we got was, and I quote, "Get on with it, Rob. Enough about the pen." See what I'm saying? The Rob Brown Show Armada is for everybody. There are half an audience right now that are going, cool, man, I'll have to check out the Uniball 207 Plus.
Your people, yes.
My people going, yeah, I'll check out the Uniball 207 Plus. And then half the people that are like, hey, you nerd. And I understand it and I'm fine with it.
See, I'm sitting over here thinking, yes, I know I've been accused of being judgy, which I am. But I've never been more judgy than right now. And it's just like, by the way, your salesmanship of the pen is it's spot on, dude. If there are any local pen places, there could be.
I'm telling you, put the Uniball 207 Plus at the front office and put my picture on it. I will do an endorsement for the Uniball 207 Plus right now. Uniball, if you're listening, I am in. And this is not salesmanship. I'm holding your pen right now. I'm in. All right, let's see. Texture says, the Pilot G207 is my go-to pen. I tell people I would let you borrow my wife before I let you borrow my pen. I get that. And let me tell you, when I stumble on a good pen, it is in my pocket. It does not sit on my desk. It does not get inserted into my binder. It doesn't get left on the table. If I find a pen, and this is, the wife's not getting the Uniball 207 Plus back. I've decided this is my pen now. I will go buy her a case of something else. This one's mine. The reality here is when I find a good pen, the second part of that is, if I find out that you're an office pen thief, I don't like you anymore. We will have words. We will have a discussion.
We used to have those.
I will fist fight.
But since now most people around here can't write, I mean, we're good. So, I mean, there's that.
Yeah, and there's very few people who prefer writing to typing. I actually prefer the writing.
Everyone in Word can write, but, every other station.
Yeah, I prefer writing to typing. All of my notes are written, even on the tablet. I still write in, not type.
I write every
Pen thieves
day.
are the worst.
If I don't, this is my only opportunity to write. If I don't, I will forget how to write. I mean, it's just it's one of those things. So you'll see me, if you're watching on the stream, and you should, writing every day what each topic is about and things like that. You hit the wrong thing unless you just wanted to.
Nope, that is the one I want. Steven said bump, which means I'm agreeing with you in internet lingo. Wesley said never an office pen thief, but
no,
nice
it wasn't.
hotels.
He was correcting his earlier.
The Rob Brown bump. Got to get it. He said the real question is, will the 207 Plus get the Rob Brown bump? We'll find out, but it deserves it.
How are you going to find out? Are you investing in those pins?
I'll tell you, I might now. I'm a Uniball believer now. I'm a Uniball believer. Texture said my go-to pen is the Pilot Precise V5. See, here's the thing. I don't know if it's
going on right now.
I'm telling you, people, like, it's a thing, especially.
No, you're telling me. That's
I'm telling you. Well, no, there's also like two other texts that are like, bleep you, get on with the pen stuff. If you have a pen, you have a pen. And I have had a pen for a very long time. I was a Zebra guy. Then I found the S7 from Sharpie, fell in love with that. The Zebra took a backseat. And now I may have just jumped over to the Uniball 207 Plus. I might be headed to the store after this.
You guys are welcome
to pick up a Uniball set. Hey, I got one more minute left on our clock, on our official clock.
Not really.
Right? John Dog said, kids today don't know how to write with a pen. I agree. And this isn't like an angry. You don't need to. Like you can type everything everywhere all the time. I'm holding a phone that has more computing power than NASA had when we put a man on the moon. You don't need to write anymore. Allegedly. I just prefer it. And I will say, like, part of my problem is I write in cursive. It ain't pretty. I describe it as the handwriting of a drunken doctor most of the time, but I still need to be able to I need to be able to know it, see it, read it, comprehend it. And I got to tell you, the Uniball 207 Plus right now, it's going to be the go-to in that spot. Texture says Uniball G5. Is that the one that has the cylinder, but it has the really tiny pen part on the end, like the really tiny little nub at the end? You know which one I'm talking about.
The pen part. That little tiny pen part.
Most like they have the part that comes out of the pen and it's thick down to a point. There's one of them that it's like a needle, like that long out of the down. And that is for if you're a really delicate writer, that's a go-to. That pen's not for me. I have bent so many of that pen, and I think it's the G5, but I could be wrong. All right. I am sorry about all of that.
You're not sorry.
No, I'm not. And if any of you go out today and buy a pack of Uniball 207 Pluses, A, you won't be sorry either. And B, I will take your apology and letter of gratitude tomorrow.
Yo, man, I got to pee. Can we please?
When we come back, the NFL trade deadline is rapidly approaching as we are now at the halfway point of the season. So what are the big rumors? What are the big moves? And what's going on in the Carolina Panthers organization as we move toward the trade deadline? Could they be in the mix? I'll give you some thoughts on that next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
You so happy with yourself.
If I'm going to be talked to about a segment I've done this week by the boss, that's going to be the one. I want you to know I stand by that segment. I stand on that segment.
And while you're in the office,
stand on it.
Say, here, boss, try this. You see the difference between this pen and the pen you're using now? You're welcome.
We are getting so many pen takes on the text right now. No pen 15 jokes. That is a classic. That is an all-timer high school joke, Wesley. You're not wrong. Give me 30 seconds, guys. I got to send a text. I'll be right back. Y'all, I have been Googling pens for almost the entire 3 minutes we've been going. Pilot Precise V5 is the one I just got told to check out. The Pilot Precise G5, I think, is the, that's the standard office pen. I think that is the default office pen. That is the pen your office manager purchases so that they feel like they're giving you a good pen, but it is not, like they don't have to spend that much money on it.
Is that what an office manager does?
Yeah.
Oh, never really worked in an office before. So.
I have. It's the worst. We got legitimately 12 different pen suggestion texts.
Are they from the same number?
No, they are absolutely not.
It's like one dude going, I can't believe you finally talking about pens.
No, it's not. We got Pilot G2.7, Pilot Precise V5, the Uniball G5, which I will try out. One texter who said that their dad was a zebra guy. Jacob said, my dad was strictly a zebra guy. I'm here to tell you now, I tried it for some time because I thought they were fancy. They trash. All caps. Appreciate that. But my favorite text of the day, and I'm going to end it with this because I don't think anybody's going to come up with a better text than this one. Somebody texted the show simply, Rob Brown knows ball point. And that's an undefeatable text. I don't think you're going to send one better than that.
Wow.
Rob Brown knows ball point is, I need you to know, That's the second highest compliment you can pay me, behind and only behind Rob Brown knows ball.
Good job, Texter.
Yeah.
May the rest of your day go equally as well.
I hope it does. If you are that good on the fly, my man, like, I hope you got
you're
6 figures in the
assuming
paycheck.
it's a dude, unless
That's
they,
fair. That's
Yeah.
fair. Also, like, my man, dude, until I know, like, that's a default genderless
Well,
attack,
I think girls speak that way too.
All right. The
My
trade.
granddaughter calls me bro all the time and calls her grandma bro.
You should call her bro.
I do.
There you go. The NFL trade deadline is not too terribly far off in the future. We are at week 8 in the season, which, of course, as we play a 17 game schedule, is right around the halfway mark. The trade deadline this year is just now around the corner at this point. The actual deadline day is, what is the actual day? I actually have just blanked on that. It is November 4th, the actual trade deadline. So we're looking at a little less than 3 weeks away. So what do we know so far? The biggest conversation that took place over the past 2 days, as far as the trade deadline, was a rumor that the Dallas Cowboys were ready to go all in to bring Max Crosby. That would be Max with 2 X's. Crosby out of Las Vegas down to the big D and Dallas.
He deserves the extra X.
But you could throw a third X on that name, and I'd be like, yeah, that's fair. That man's terrifying. The rumor was Dallas was ready to move on, and it made me yesterday flash back to after the trade of Micah Parsons to Green Bay. Dallas didn't get an awful deal. That wasn't as good as you wanted because everybody knew what Micah wanted out, but they still got a pretty good haul of picks. And Jerry Jones, the next day in the press conference, was like, look, we're going to turn this into a better player or players, and we don't necessarily need to wait till the draft. So it felt to me after that conversation from Jerry Jones like that would have been the play, right? Everything we got for Micah Parsons, we'll give you that. And I would say they would probably need to stick like another first onto it. But to get Max Crosby, probably the second best edge rusher in football behind only Micah Parsons. Yesterday, the Raiders made it known that they have no interest in shopping or trading Max Crosby. And I'm not shocked by that. Max Crosby at 28, certainly not an old guy, certainly not a young guy, has been with the team for I think 7 seasons now. Max Crosby has made it known multiple times that he wants to be a Raider for life. And as much as I believe guys when they say, I want to be a blank for life, like Alvin Kamara has been saying for a while now, I want to be a Saint for life. Because right now the Saints are in a spot where it's like, yeah, blow it up, right? Like even Mickey Loomis has to say, we need to blow it up at this point. Alvin Kamara has said for a while that he wants to be a Saint for life. But at the same time, it's like, I understand that. But if the team doesn't want you to be a Saint for life, it is what it is. And if the team's going to come to you and go, cool, you can be a Saint for life, but we're only playing you the vet minimum, now all of a sudden maybe that conversation changes. Max Crosby ain't at Alvin Kamara's place in his career yet. He's still in his prime, even at 28. So my question mark now is going to be, all right, now we know that Dallas is at least interested, even if it's only at highlight players. We know the Dallas Cowboys are a mover and shaker at the trade deadline. And if indeed edge rusher is the spot that they are looking for, who's in that mix? Who's an edge rusher on a bad football team that might be moved? And I thought about this a lot last night. I really had a hard time coming up with a list of that. I really had a hard time coming up with edge rushers who could be traded at the deadline. And that obviously it's been no secret the past couple of years that edge rusher is now by many, if not most general managers, edge rusher is considered the second most important position on the football field behind only the quarterback, right? Like QB1, edge rusher 2. So I was kind of looking around at what edge rushers might be available at the trade deadline because there's another team I think has got to be in the look for an edge rusher. And I genuinely think Carolina could be in the mix. Now, they did take 2 in the draft. And both of those guys, Scorton and Princely, they both got sacks in the last couple of weeks. So they're developing on their own. They are rookies. But at the same time, I would say for a team that all of the sudden finds themselves in a very interesting situation. No Bryce Young this weekend as of now, although, for the record, and we'll talk about this later, Bryce Young was actually seen walking to practice with his helmet and gear on yesterday and did not have a limp, which for a high ankle sprain is very unusual. Very unusual. Usually that impacts a player for a number of weeks. So the thought now is,
I don't know. What's his normal gait? So if he turned that limp into a pimp, maybe no one noticed.
he did not have a limp or a pimp walk yesterday. It was just a walk, just a regular Bryce Young walk. So I don't know what to make of that. But I would say maybe they're involved there. And it's not so much that you don't have belief long-term in Nick and Princely, your two rookie edges. It's more along the lines of, okay, yeah, we've got Buffalo coming up. Probably an L without Bryce Young. Maybe an L with him. Probably an L with him, but an L. After that, you got a run of divisional games. You got some very winnable games after that. And while I have faith long-term in the edge rushers, I need a guy for 1, maybe 2 years while those guys continue to develop as NFL players. Because, number one, if we can keep it a buck for just a minute, the NFC South is open right now. You're only a game back, and Tampa Bay is now missing their top 2 wide receivers because they lost Godwin, and now they've lost Evans. Both of those guys are out for at least a few weeks. Evans is going to be out for the majority of the season, and I don't think they're going to be in a rush to bring Chris Godwin back because Godwin is dealing with a pretty severe leg injury that while the Bucs have not confirmed this yet, the reports right now are that it's a pretty not serious but lingering injury to the leg that he already had a broken femur in at one point in his career. And if this is a compounding injury on top of the same leg, they're not going to rush him back, which means that there's a very good chance that Baker Mayfield is without his top 2 targets for maybe as much as the rest of the regular season. And if that is the case, New Orleans is not a threat. Atlanta felt for a week like they'd be a threat. They turned around and got hammered this past weekend. I'm not as confident. Like, it still feels like they're kind of still Atlanta to some degree. I think the door is open for the Carolina Panthers. But how do you do that? How do you beat Tampa even if Emeka Egbuka has to be number 1? Keep Baker Mayfield pinned in. So I started going through what edge rushers are available. The first one that came to my brain was probably likely, isn't Trey Hendrickson for Cincinnati out there available at this point? You're trading him with pretty good contract control because he got his extension. That's why he's with the Bengals, right? He had that long holdout. There was the thought that he would hold out into the season and force a trade. If you tell me that a trade just happened.
No, Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier was arrested early Thursday morning as part of an FBI sports betting gambling probe. Sources tell ESPN the Eastern District of New York and FBI Director Kash Patel will hold a press conference at 10 a.m. to announce arrests from the investigation.
Interesting. NBA's got some problems with that. They do. Terry Rozier is not the first. We'll see if he is the last. I just pulled up the announcement from that I believe Zoe was reading off of here mere moments ago. I'm going to tell you right now, because there's also news out of college ball as well. There's news out of college ball that college sports, I should say, the NCAA will allow college athletes and coaches to gamble on professional sports. Still can't gamble on college sports, but they can now gamble on pro sports. Again, I don't have an issue, but I will say this, and I'll say it one time and one time alone this morning. If you are a professional sports league and one of yours gets caught gambling on yours, instant lifetime ban. Instant lifetime ban.
Well, here's the thing. The fact that this sounds like a big deal that they're having, who's having the press conference.
Yeah. I mean, and again, yes, to have the director of the FBI involved. And again, it's not going to shock you that I've got some criticisms of the director of the FBI, but to have him step up to the podium and say, I'm going to address this, kind of feels like a big deal. Is it a political show? Is it like, this has been on my desk for a year now? Like, what is the drive here?
Multiple arrests would imply that this has been an investigation for a while, and that I wonder if other players will be implicated.
We'll find out. Now, I would say if any other players have been arrested, that would have been up here with Terry Rozier.
That's a good point.
But with that being said, this is a problem. And go back to last year when they unbanned Pete Rose from baseball, said, okay, he's not banished and he's dead, so he can't really do much, but he's unbanished. My number one takeaway from that was this opens the floodgates because Pete Rose is dead. Absolutely. You know who's not dead? The next guy who gets caught by a league gambling on the league. The next guy who gets caught doing it isn't going to be dead. And they are going to say, wait a minute, Major League Baseball let Pete Rose back in. And I think that's baseball pertinent more than it would be the NBA. Like, the NBA doesn't have that precedent yet. But if this ends up being in some sort of legal battle, because, if a player gets banned for life, especially if they're an active player, if a player gets banned for life, they're going to try their best to get this in front of a judge, and they're going to say, wait a minute, there is precedent, even though it's a different sport. It's also another league that has antitrust exemptions. MLB let Pete Rose back in. Why not? Like, they're clearly saying it's not as big of a deal as a lifetime ban. I should be let back in. We'll talk more about this later because this is interesting. And as somebody who does like sports gambling, this is the kind of stuff that makes me sometimes go, should I back off of that? Like, should I not be involved in that because this is a possibility? We'll come back to that later because I do think that is a very interesting story. All right. Edge rushers as we get to the draft deadline. I think Trey Hendrickson's got to be on the table. Remember the holdout, was going to force a trade, ended up signing that contract extension. So he has been playing with the Bengals. Here's the thing. The Bengals are not a playoff team. They're not a good team. Maybe it's a little bit different if Joey B's not hurt. And maybe they're a threat if Joe Flacco is able to keep doing what he's been doing so far. But they're 1-1 with Flacco. And the team they beat was already kind of reeling a little bit. So I don't know that I'm ready to say, okay, with Joe Flacco, the Bengals, like when the Browns were a couple of years ago, so maybe not, but that was also a couple of years ago when Joe Flacco was in his 30s. He's now on the wrong side of 41 at this point. So I think Hendrickson is a guy that if I'm Cincinnati, I am telling people, hey, look, dude's on the table. Dude is on the table, and if you make the trade for this guy, you have contract control for a couple of seasons. That is a big deal. But outside of that, I went looking for other edge rushers that were available. The list I was able to come up with were Jalen Phillips out of Miami, because I don't know if you know this, but Miami's real bad. But Jalen Phillips is a guy that has dealt with a ton of injuries the last couple of years. Big dude, 6'5", can play as either an edge setter or a pocket disruptor over the 5-year span. 25 sacks, 117 pressures. So he's getting you about 20 pressures and about 5 sacks a season. It's not earth-shaking numbers. But if you are a team that's right on the verge of competitiveness, to put Jalen Phillips opposite of, say, Aiden Hutchinson in Detroit, that becomes a lot more scary. Go back to that Baltimore game Detroit won. All the pressure came from Hutchinson's side. They didn't really have anybody on the side. He could add that. Kansas City, all their pressure's from the inside. They don't really have a pocket setter on the outside, which could present a playoff problem if you're up against mobile quarterbacks. Not Lamar Jackson, but other mobile quarterbacks. So I think that is very much a conversation. Jermaine Johnson.
Yeah, like Baltimore's going to the playoffs.
Yeah. I mean, Josh Allen is, though. An Achilles injury forced Jermaine Johnson to miss 15 games last year, but when healthy, dude has been pretty good. Had his best numbers back in 2023, 7.5 sacks, 16 pressures. Probably not going to hit that same target this year, but you have seen him play out. And I think this is a dude that you could probably pick up for a, maybe a second and a fourth, second and a fifth, and it's coming with a $13.4 million tag. If you can put him, again, opposite Aiden Hutchinson on the Lions for the Chiefs, maybe the Bears, this is another dude that I think is in that mix. And the only other name that popped up that I could even say I've recognized based on performance is Arden Key, the defensive end out of Tennessee. Tennessee's got to move some guys, right? Like, basically, if you're not on a long-term contract, you're on the block with Tennessee right now as they try to build into the Cam Ward era, which is going to take some time to get there. They did go get the Oluwafemi Oladejo from the draft. That's a young guy. That is a rookie. Has missed some time with a fractured leg, is going to miss more time because of that. So really all they have is Arden Key. But again, Arden Key's I believe he's on the last year of his contract. And if he's on the last year of his contract, he's walking anyway, right? So send him to a contender. And if Dallas is in the mix, if Jerry wants an edge rusher, as he clearly does, if Jerry wants an edge rusher and they have all that Micah Parsons capital, it feels to me like that's the kind of guy that you could move on from, either get Dallas to overpay or get Dallas to make the edge rusher market go up and just find the right moment, the right time to send him out. So I do think that edge rusher is a very interesting position, and we will do position by position thoughts on the trade deadline as we approach it. Again, it's still I think we're actually less than 2 weeks out now. We're like a week and 5 days out from the deadline. We'll do some position by position breakdowns, but I think edge rusher has the fewest names available and the most teams looking for it. So that's why I wanted to start there. When we come back, Audio Blitz got a lot of good sound for you. We'll get into some more NFL and college football talk and more. All of that coming up after this incredible sports flash.
Wow. That's all I get is incredible. That's fine.
You were hustling me with your eyes.
I was hustling you. That's what I do every day. The Charlotte Hornets opened their season with a 136-117 win over the Brooklyn Nets. The Hornets were led by Brandon Miller's 25 and LaMelo Ball's 20. Rookie Ryan Kalkbrenner added 10, while rookie Concanippo put down 11 points, including going 3 for 4 behind the arc. Philadelphia's 76ers rookie VJ Edgecombe had the most impressive rookie debut in decades, recording 34 points in his first game, 117-116 win over Boston. Edgecombe's total was the most points scored by a rookie since Wilt Chamberlain put down 43 back in 1959. The record belongs to Frank Selvey, who scored 35 in 1954. And the San Francisco Giants have hired Tennessee volunteer coach Tony Vitello. The move is the first time in history that an MLB team has hired a manager directly from college. What?
Noise.
Oh.
All right, guys, stay right there. Be right back. Gotta upload some audio. Spartanburger text line. You can call that number, and we will put you on these very radio airwaves. You can join us on Twitter at The Rob Brown Show, at Lonzo One Word, or everybody up in here at The Fan Upstate. You can also join us on our live stream, which is live every morning, all 4 hours of the show, from 6 till 10 a.m. at The Fan Upstate on Facebook, on Twitter, and on YouTube, or The Rob Brown Show on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Twitch. You go behind the scenes, chat with Lonzo and I during the break, chat with other members of the Armada. We are trying to grow the show online. So if you're sitting at your desk, if you got some time, if you're hanging out around the office, whatever, and you got an extra monitor, an extra TV screen, click on the YouTube app, go to the Rob Brown Show, go to the Fan Upstate, add us to your morning routine, and we'll get you set in the world of sports. All right. I would like to do the audio blitz. Because I got a lot of it. Let me get to some stories here. I would like to start with this one. Joe Flacco, or as I have been calling him, out of nothing more than respect and admiration, Joe Flacco is now with the Cincinnati Bengals. In a press conference earlier this week, Joe Flacco was asked, how you adjusting to Cincinnati? And Flacco said, we're doing it different this year. Last couple of times I've joined a new team, my family's moved with me, but this time they were established, they were settled, they were in a routine in Cleveland. It's not terribly far away. So the fam stayed in Cleveland, which means I am alone in Cincinnati. And he said, you do stuff, you hang out with the team, but a lot of time you're just sitting in a room by yourself or whatever. And a reporter said, all right, well, how do you adjust to living life alone when you have a family, a wife, and kids back in Seatown, and you know that you're locked in here for at least another few months?
I think there's always a challenge of sitting in a room by yourself and being lonely. So for me, it's trying to find ways to maybe stay over here a little bit longer and then, just kind of take myself out of that mindset, call home, go sit at a restaurant by myself and realize that, man, that's pretty enjoyable to do. After there's not too many situations. I tell people all the time. I mean, I used to see guys sitting at a bar by themselves or, just sitting by themselves eating and grabbing a little meal. And I'm like, man, I feel so bad for that guy. Like, you almost want to go join him. And now I realize that dude was in heaven. And not to say that's obviously not what I want. I'd rather be at home sitting at the dinner table with my kids and hearing what the hell they were talking about all day. But if you have to do it, then you might as well take advantage of it. So, just little things like that.
I got to tell you, every now and then an athlete drops a bar that I go, I relate to that guy. I understand that guy. Usually it's always something about food or it's about music or movies or girls or whatever. I get this because for a very long time, Rob Brown is an extrovert. That may shock you. Very low self-confidence. I still like to associate. If somebody comes up to me, I can be your best friend. But there are, I would say, multiple times a month where your boy will find a watering hole, post up by myself, alone, solo, and it's the highlight of my day. Now, I love spending time with my wife, but and I said this earlier in the week, I've even noticed that in our now past first year of marriage, the amount of time that we sit on the couch and she scrolls Instagram and I watch sports on TV and we may go 2 hours and not say a word to each other than hey, since you're up, can you get me a water? Can you bring me a beer? Can you let the dogs out while you're up and at them? But outside of that, don't say anything. And for me, that is something that used to make me unreasonably uncomfortable. Now it's this is quality time. I don't need to say anything to her. She doesn't need to say anything to me. We're just around each other.
That's comfort and familiarity.
It is.
Yes.
It is inner peace caused by whatever situation you're in.
That's not what it sounded like for Flacco to me. It sounded like that he was glad he's not at home, and he's going to have to make up for that. I had to cut out because he gave a 4-minute answer, but he did in the middle of that say, now,
I would still rather be at home with my wife and my kids. But based on the situation we're in, it was uproot my family for like the 4th time in 6 years and bring them to a new place, or let them be where they've been for 2 years and my kids get to go to the same school and have the friends and my wife has a routine and her friends and whatever. And I'm the only one impacted instead of everybody but me being impacted. I'd rather be with my wife and kids. But the situation being what it is, I'm cool being in a barn by myself, and I relate to that.
That changed my whole perspective on the clip, knowing that the rest of that existed.
Yeah, because it's like 4 minutes long.
But it's one of those things where you pull part of it and you automatically form an opinion of someone, where if you were able to listen to the entire thing, it might be something different.
Fair enough. And that's why I wanted to say that part of it, because like that does change it. But at the same time, I actually didn't have that. I didn't really have that reaction. Like the whole thing for me in that spot was, dog, I get it.
I would rather stay at home and eat crackers or something than go somewhere by myself and sit there by myself.
See, I found myself,
because I feel like while I'm sitting there eating, that everyone's looking at me going, why is he by himself?
Yeah, but
I feel so bad for him. Why is he alone?
I say this with all the love in the world. You have a wonderful job of finding ways to think that people are paying attention to you. When I've experienced in my life in the real world, most people aren't. You're just a dude in a restaurant.
No, everyone notices me when I walk in because of my girth and my hair.
Yes.
It's just, I am judged at every moment by everyone.
Every moment by everyone.
Without
everyone
a doubt.
on earth at every point is like
that's
that
just
guy.
the people who don't recognize me. The people who do recognize me, they want to come up and watch me eat.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is another reason why I don't want to go by myself.
That's what people elect to do when they go to a restaurant, is watch you eat.
Kid, you're going to achieve this level of celebrity someday.
I
okay?
hope.
And then you're going to go, I remember what Lonzo said.
Fingers crossed that one day everyone in the restaurant will be there to watch me eat. Kenny Dillingham is the head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils. The Arizona State Sun Devils this past weekend upset the Texas Tech Red Raiders, who were ranked number 11 in the country. That being said, Texas Tech was missing starting quarterback, starting wide receiver, whatever. It's still an upset win for an Arizona State team that had hoped to be a Big 12 title contender, but unfortunately took a couple of L's, probably out of the mix. We'll find out. After they won that game, a video started circulating around the internet of head coach Kenny Dillingham in the locker room doing the worm. And I got to tell you, doing a pretty good the worm.
Is this Otis level worm?
It is better.
Or Scotty Too Hottie?
Nails the worm. And he was asked about that in a press conference yesterday.
Yeah, well, he shouldn't have posted the video. You're not supposed to post videos in our locker room. So that's one. But I mean, nowadays, even the video he posted, that wasn't even me. That was AI. So like, you don't even know what is real. So like, I don't know. That'd be awesome if I could do the worm like that. That'd be pretty cool. But I'm not quite that cool. But AI makes me look cool. So yeah. But I do think the viral moments are good for a brand. And they're good for a culture with your team, as long as you can respond from them and understand that, once today hits, like, it's over. Like, nobody cares anymore. Like, what do we got to do to get better? How do we improve? Because if we don't constantly improve, we're going to have more moments like we saw 2 weeks ago, not more moments like we saw this last week.
Love it.
Were you ever able to, or could you now do the worm?
I was able to. Could I still do it? I don't know. I haven't done it in so long. I'm terrified that I would slam my knee into the ground and it would like dust, like Thanos specifically targeted that one joint. But I used to be able to do a pretty good worm. Kenny's was excellent. So to drop that wasn't me, that was AI is hilarious. But then he made a valid point, which is in the year 2025, viral moments are what increase brand awareness. And as much as I despise the fact that we live in a world where everything is run and orchestrated by brand awareness, you got to do it. It's not an option. It's not a choice. I've told you before, I can't wait till the day I can get entirely off of social media. But for the time being, I have to be on it because brand awareness is the most important weapon in the armory of any entity that relies on the public to be interested and give you money. And if you're Arizona State, that obviously is not just boosters and NIL supporters, et cetera, but it's also the next generation of Sun Devils. And if a Sun Devil, a potential Sun Devil in high school who loves cutting loose and having a good time sees that video, like, that's the kind of thing that makes you go, yeah, that's the kind of coach I want to play for. That's the kind of coach that I want to play for. The Carolina Panthers went on the road this past weekend and beat up the New York Football Jets for their third consecutive win. After the game was over, there was a cat standing outside of the stadium just interviewing Jets fans. Hey, man, how do you feel about the team? How do you feel? And this is becoming kind of a popular thing on social media. It's just random influencers that go up with a microphone and a phone and start asking questions to people that are passers-by. And sometimes they're like a pop quiz and you can win some money. Or sometimes it's just like, hey, I'm covering this team on my internet channel. How do you feel? Well, he walks up to a kid that I would say was probably 15, 16 years old. Young guy, but not like super young guy. And he said, how do you feel about the team? And I got to tell you, I felt this kid's answer resonate in my soul.
See, get your thoughts on the game.
I hate this team. I was born into this, and I'm not going to ever – I'm always a Jets fan, but, like, I hate this team.
I feel you, dog. I feel you. I have been in that spot before. I'm a Saints fan. Had a long string there of feeling that way about the Atlanta Braves. Kind of felt about them this way a little bit. That moment when you realize that you hate something that you love is purely human and existential at the same time. I get it. I get looking at a team and going, I love that. I've been that way for years with the Saints. When I was born, my mother wrapped me in a Saints blanket. The day I was born, I tell people I was quite literally born a Saints fan. And yet there have been years of being a Saints fan that I go, I love the Saints, but I hate this bleeping team. That kid at least learned his lesson early so he can mentally prepare himself, because you're also, if you're still showing up to games, still rocking gang green, still showing up in the jersey, like you're never going to not do it. So the ability to learn how to handle that and also roll with it is important. Paul Bissonnette is an NHL player. They call him Busy or Biz Nasty. He is on the NHL TNT show. And I got to tell you, if you like Inside the NBA on TNT, or I guess now Inside the NBA on ESPN, if you like that show and you're in any way, shape, or form a hockey guy, you'll love NHL on TNT because it's the same vibe studio show. What Biz Nasty was talking about, as the NHL is now a couple of weeks into the season, where some of the rookies in the NHL are that are developing this year. And he told a two-part, really funny story about his time as a rook in the NHL.
How about you, my friend?
Oh, Jesus. Actually, I was in Stockholm, Sweden. We played the Global Series, and we played against the Ottawa Senators. And they had so many...
First NHL game in Stockholm.
Yeah, it was in Stockholm at the Globe. They had a lot of Swedish players on their team. Alfredsson, and obviously the list went on. I'm sure they had 5 or 6 that were established veterans. And they actually had Matt Sundin, who had at that point retired, to drop the ceremonial faceoff. So the number one thing to start the game that stuck out was standing up for about 10 minutes, listening to people cheer for him because he's a god over there. And the fact that I got to play with Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, and Marc-Andre Fleury, and players that are going to be in the Hall of Fame. So I still have that game sheet. It's actually, weirdly, it's above the toilet at my parents' place in Welland. I think it just reminds them every time they go in that I actually got to play in the NHL. Maybe we'll find a new spot for it. But yeah, as of right now, it's just above the or the pooper.
Yeah, there he is.
Okay, well,
Does that deserve the horn?
I think it's time to go on a commercial break. I guess I'll do a lap for that one. Sorry, guys.
Biz Nasty.
Does he not sound like the Canadian Jesse Ventura?
I mean, he kind of does. I can hear it. Biz Nasty said, I've got my rookie game card, my first NHL game card, gave it to the folks, and where did they hang it? Above the in the bathroom.
All right, so
I love it.
I'm sure, and I know without a doubt that you've been to restaurants or places where there's something hanging above the urinal and you're reading it.
Yeah, you know where I'm not? My mother's bathroom reading about my achievements.
I'm just saying I don't have a problem with it being there because everyone's going to go in there and everyone's going to see it. It's a point of pride, and it's a great place to put something that you want people to see.
Sure. I need you to go grab that lovely painting that your granddaughter made you that's in the office, go home and hang it over the pooper, and let's see how Miss Lisa feels about it. I'm gonna take a stab. She's gonna be like, maybe not. Dear husband of mine, perhaps not.
Do you know what hangs above all the toilets in your mansion?
Yes. Which one do you want? The hall? Well, there's only 2. The bathroom hallway has a artistic print because our hallway bathroom, which is our guest bathroom, the one everybody uses, has a very southwestern outdoorsy garden feel to it. So over that one is a screen print of a plant. And I forget what type of plant it is, but it's like a southwestern desert kind of plant. And then in our bathroom over the pooper, I actually have installed 3 floating shelves. And on those shelves, we have just like bathroom decorations, like nothing specific. They're just like a little soap thing, whatever.
Okay, I have nothing.
If
okay,
I had,
we have nothing over it.
I'll tell you what wouldn't be there if I had a kid. Their proudest accomplishment, I would not hang over the crapper. That's just me, though. That's just me. Hey, speaking
it's a hockey family, dude. I mean, they're different.
I mean, that's also fair. Hockey people are a different breed. And I say that lovingly. Keith and TR said, I was thinking Canadian Gronk. That's fair, too. Bissonnette is kind of Canadian Gronk. And by the way, if you are a fan of hockey and you don't mind some really coarse language, their podcast, Spit and Chicklets, I listen to it on the weekly. It's great. They have all the biggest names on it. It's fantastic. Shout out to Spit and Chicklets. So I said a second ago that there's this genre of the internet that is emerging where people that have, influencer accounts go out and they grab people off the street and they put them on camera and they just start asking them questions. And sometimes it's like a quiz, or sometimes it's like, hey, tell me about your feelings on this band, this music, this sports team, this whatever. There's a cat by the name of Joe Felix. He is one of the guys who kind of started this brand of influencing, and he does a lot of sports stuff. So he'll go around and he'll grab random people and he'll throw sports trivia questions at them. And if they get them right, he'll give them, $100, whatever the case might be. Joe Felix, and I'm going to tell you because I know what Lonzo's going to say as soon as this clip is done. He's going to say it's a work. And I want you to know, I think it is very possible that this is a work. However, in my heart, oh hearts, I hope that it's not. Joe Felix stumbled into a group of 4 young ladies who were out walking around. I don't know where they are. I don't know what city they're in. I'm going to assume it's a city somewhere in the South based on their answers, but walking around a big city, stumbled upon a group of 4 girls, and he asked them a question. Now, I'm going to just play it all in one clip because we're late for the break, but I want you, as soon as you hear the question, to think, could I do this? And then listen to these ladies.
Can you name 10 college football teams with a bird in their logo?
Does Kent State count?
Kent State count.
Bowling Green?
Bowling Green's 2.
Delaware?
Yeah, Delaware's 3.
FAU?
All right, Atlantic, that's 4.
Georgia Southern?
Southern's 5. Yep, you're halfway there.
Ball State?
Ball State is on here, that's 6.
Iowa?
Iowa Hawkeyes, that's 7. You only need 3 more.
Kansas?
Kansas, yep.
Kentucky? No. Oh, wait, Louisville?
Louisville's on here, yep. Damn.
Southern Miss?
Miss is on here, yep. All right, we're going for all 14.
Michigan's just the E, right? Okay. Nevada? No. New Hampshire? No. New Jersey? No. New Mexico? No. There's none in North Carolina, right?
Not North Carolina.
South Carolina?
South Carolina's on here, yep.
How many am I missing?
4.
South Carolina, got that one already. Oh, Coastal Carolina.
Coastal Carolina's on here.
Tennessee, no. Texas, North Texas.
Are they FBS?
Yeah, Mean Green.
North Texas is on here, yep.
Utah, no. Vermont, no. Liberty.
Liberty is on here, yep. 2 more.
Eastern Washington is not FBS. Can I get
more.
the first letter of the state?
One of them's in Texas.
There's 13 in Texas. Is it Power 5? Bryce, they're not in the logo. Can I get a color?
Orange.
I said Sam Houston. That's a Bearcat. That's not them.
You also have 2 teams whose alums are Matt Ryan. I think Aaron Jones. Boston College is on here. Last one.
Oh, no. Oregon doesn't have a duck in the logo.
The Roadrunners is the Texas.
Oh, UTSA.
Yeah, that's right.
That, gentlemen of the Rob Brown Show Armada, that is what we call a unicorn. Now, if this is real, and I pray to the football gods that it is, what that means is there was a group of 4 young women walking down the street that this man grabbed and said, can you name me every college that has a bird, not is a bird, has a bird in their logo, in their actual logo. And she started with a run of 8, no problem. And then when she got a little stuck, and I'm going to be honest, I am willing to suspect the majority of people listening could not get to 8. When she got to 8, 9, 10, and he had to kind of start walking her into some of the answers, one of the clues was they have an alumni, Matt Ryan. She's like, oh, Boston College, no problem. Not only does she able to knock off 8 or 10 of them without a break, but she also was able to snag Boston College from a Matt Ryan reference. And he said, yo, the Roadrunners. And she immediately was like, oh, UTSA, I'm an idiot for not remembering University of Texas, San Antonio. If these young ladies are real, fellas, they're what we call a unicorn. And I'm saying they exist. You got to go find one. But if you do, that is what we in the biz called wife material off the rip.
All right, I'm appalled and horrified that you would imply that I would say that that's a work. Cam Newton lost endorsement deals over stuff like that. I would never do that.
That was spectacular. That was good on those young
They
ladies.
do sound like college students that may possibly work in.
They are definitely younger.
Work in a sports
Maybe
information
they do,
department.
Are we going to pretend that's not adding to unicorn status?
Oh no, it's awesome.
That's unicorn status.
I mean, it's awesome, but
100%.
But I mean, people are people. I don't say that's a girl. She shouldn't know that stuff.
When we come back here in just a minute from right now, I want to talk about the three mics: Shula, Norvell, McDaniel, because all three of them are having real bad weeks right now, and you can draw a line that connects what is going on with the three mics. So we'll talk about that next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
You see.
All right, guys, one more live coming right back. Stay right there for me, please, and thank you. to be a football coach named Mike. Am I right? Bad week to be a football coach named Mike. And let me tell you why. I've got a couple of audio clips and then want to connect it somewhere else for you. I would like to start with a conversation that happened after the Miami Dolphins got blown out of the water. This was the initial reaction of Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel.
Do a better job of saying that clearly, because in game, we have to find our composure, but realistically, you do hard truth in this league. You are always held accountable for your ultimate performance, and you coach through tape. So I have had nor will have no problem, telling the truth of the tape, and you have to either you accept it and rise to the challenge and correct those things, or you're subject to the same exact types of failures that I know that the guys are tired of. They wanted to win. Okay, they did, and they didn't do it. And it's all of us. So I don't think anybody's spared from accountability.
All right, I'm going to end it there. And let me tell you why, because it is painful to listen to. Now, I want to be very clear. I think Mike McDaniel has a long tenure ahead of him as a very successful offensive coordinator in the National Football League. Mike McDaniel was a guy I was very much pulling for when he became the head coach because, hell yeah, nerds in football. Here for it. But the longer this tenure has gone on and the less success the Dolphins seem to find week by week, the more all of a sudden, that's not a dude who's going to inspire a locker room. That's not a dude that's going to stand up. Here's an unfortunate reality about life. I don't think life should be this way. Life is this way because, as my old man used to tell me, life is not fair. If you want to be a leader, you have got to be able to present yourself as a leader with confidence and with action. You have got to be able to stand in front of a room full of people and say, this is what it is, this is what needs to be done, and this is the goal we are working towards. And you've got to be able to develop and deliver that in a way that everyone else in that room, whether they are NFL players or officers of an agency or a bunch of dudes in an office, you've got to be able to deliver that message with confidence so that they go, yep, I'm buying in. I'm following this guy. I'm not getting that from him. Nor am I getting it from Florida State head coach Mike Norvell.
I knew, I'm telling you, like that game, it kills me with the fact that we went and lost the game. I knew it was going to be challenging. I knew all the dynamics around it. I knew it was going to be a challenging, some challenging dynamics with it. And, but to be honest with you, Alabama's a really good football team. So how do you lose? How do you beat Alabama and lose to anybody else? Because nobody else is really losing, or they're not losing anybody else. But it's you go through it, and it's college football. I mean, there's great parity. There's great, every team. If you give opportunities, I mean, they're all capable.
So that is Mike Norvell after the Florida State Seminoles lost their fourth consecutive game, this time to the Stanford Cardinal, notably not a very good football team. And he did in that exactly what I have beat up on Dabo Swinney for doing a few times this year, which is, guy, I don't want a history lesson. I don't want a history lesson. It doesn't matter what's been done in weeks gone by. Hell, I think if you ask most football coaches, they would tell you what you did last week doesn't matter anymore. All that matters is what's happening right now. And what's happening right now is FSU's lost 4 consecutive games to a good team and 3 not very good teams. And that's kind of getting you kicked in the nads a bit. And here's Mike Norvell at a spot where, if you're a Florida State fan, Mike McDaniel at a spot where, if you are a Miami Dolphin fan, what do you want to hear? What do you want to hear? What you want to hear is, here is where we are. What you want to hear is, here's what we're doing. Here's the plan. And instead, I got 2 guys. And let me be very clear. I am not going to beat up on somebody for ing and umming their way through a conversation. I've been doing this 17 years, and there are still times that I and when I get out ahead of myself. Well, especially if I know this is the point I'm making, this is what I want to say, and I've got 3 minutes to say what I want to take 5 minutes to say, you get out ahead of yourself. I get it. And especially if you are nervous, apprehensive, or you know that what you're saying, you know it is going to be unpopular. Beginning of the week, I did an entire segment where I said if I was Lenore Sellers, I'd shut it down. I wouldn't play another down for this football team.
Right. Very unpopular.
Very unpopular take. I still stand on it, 10 toes in the sand, full chest. I'll say it.
It's still unpopular.
I'm not saying it is. I'm saying I'm right. And I still had to really be aware of, cautious with the way that I delivered that message. So you had to slow down at some spots. I get that out of these two coaches. But man, if you're in a spot where you've got to deliver that message, not great. But I will say one more thing.
They sound like Chris Farley trying to do an interview.
It very much does. That's not unfair. I will say one more thing. Mike Shula did a press conference yesterday as well, the offensive coordinator at South Carolina. Let me read you, because I couldn't get the audio edited in time, but I want to read you some highlights of what he said. Quote, "You have to have confidence. We ask our players to have confidence, believe in themselves, keep working hard, believe and trust in what they're doing, and their guys around them. If we ask that our players do that, we have the same thing." He went on to talk about the game. We had a couple hit early. Sometimes there's plays that hit that early in the game might not be good, but might open up later. Unfortunately, we weren't good enough and didn't have success there. We didn't get into a good rhythm at any case. I watched a lot of this press conference from Mike Shula. And you know what I didn't hear? Hey, why is a guy that was expected to be a number 1 draft pick suck this year? Why is, of 134 teams for whom the NCAA keeps official statistics, you know how many offenses are averaging fewer total yards per game than South Carolina's? 7. There are 7. They are last
Mike,
in the league.
Why didn't you see that play doesn't work, and so you still called it like 10 times in a row? Why didn't you say that?
I said that about what? The interior run in this game.
Yeah,
you kept running off center
ridiculous.
when your center was getting his ass kicked every time. You are ranked number 127 in total offense. You are last in the conference. You are the only SEC, because I've already heard, well, Rob, you said yourself they got a real tough schedule. I agree. Not the part we've played so far. It's getting tougher. You're averaging 297.7 yards per game. You are the only team in the conference. Everyone in the SEC plays a tough schedule. You are the only team in the conference that is averaging less than 300 yards per game so far. There is one time in recent memory that the South Carolina Gamecocks averaged less yards. 1999 averaged 228. The Gamecocks went 0-11 in the first season of Lou Holtz. So, Mike, I don't need to hear, don't stop believing. I need to hear what you're going to do to make me have a reason to believe, because everything sucks right now. Lenore sucks. The receiver sucks. The running game sucks. The offensive line sucks. Your offense sucks. And nothing's changing. I would rather have a stuttering Mike McDaniel and Mike Norvell who are at least saying, here's how we're evaluating film. Here's what we're doing to move forward. I got Mike Shula up here going, everything's okay, guys. It's just the worst offense since 1999 when we went 0-11. It's just the worst offense in the SEC. It's just the 7th worst offense in college football. We're fine. No, you're not, Mike. It's going to get worse starting this week when Alabama beat you by 25. Football gods or absolute frauds when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. What up, puppy monkey baby? I don't know why that made me laugh, but it did.
Yeah,
it's because I'm 7.
You don't remember the commercials?
I do.
Okay.
I do. All right, guys, I'm going to hit the head. Y'all stay right there. We'll be right back. Puppy Bunky Baby says, I am 4th in upset picks challenge and leaning towards picking South Carolina over Alabama. Am I crazy? Yes. I'm sorry. I don't say this often. There's no chance. There's no chance. If South Carolina beats Alabama, it would take a Lenore Sellers performance that makes him the consensus.
By the way,
It's
anytime that South Carolina's beat Alabama, there was no chance, and then they did. So I'm just pointing that out. I'm not saying I would pick them to win. I'm just saying it was never expected for them to ever beat.
That's
Alabama.
fair. So I am going to break a cardinal sin of radio here, as I have been telling you throughout the morning, that we, in this segment, we're going to play a game called Football Gods or Absolute Frauds, where we were going to take a look at some of the top teams in the NFL and college football and decide, is this team genuinely a championship contender, or have they had some sort of variables that have all come into play to make them look better than they actually are? And we are going to get to that game, but I am going to push it back into the next hour, because while we were at a break, I got a push notification from ESPN. And it is, Lonzo, a Shams wow. It is from Shams. He says, you got it? Good enough. And deserved, by the way. And deserved. Breaking news brought to you by our friends at BetMGM. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetMGM. I'm sorry to laugh. You're about to find out why. Portland Trailblazers coach Chauncey Billups has been arrested by the FBI for alleged illegal gambling. I am looking for details because all we have as of this moment is the Shams wow that says that arrest has happened. NBC News had the story go up about 7 minutes ago. Not a ton of details in it, but here is what NBC News has reported.
Is this related to what we broke earlier?
Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups, a former NBA star and head coach of the Portland Trailblazers, were arrested this morning in connection with a federal gambling-related investigation, two senior law enforcement officials told NBC News. Rozier, who joined the Heat in 2024 from the Charlotte Hornets, was arrested Thursday morning in Orlando. It is not immediately clear where Billups was arrested, but the Trailblazers played in Portland last night. Members and associates. Here's the exclamation point. Members and associates of organized crime groups are also among the couple of dozen expected to face criminal charges in two separate illegal gambling-related cases. The FBI and other officials will be announcing charges later this morning, those officials said. Rozier, an Ohio native and 10-year NBA vet, was picked 16th overall by the Celtics in the 2015 NBA draft after playing college basketball for the Louisville Cardinals. It is not immediately clear which case Rozier is allegedly involved with. Rozier's agent, Eric Turner, has not immediately responded to a request for comment. The Miami Heat and Trailblazers did not immediately respond to a request for comment either. Billups has coached since 2021 following a widely lauded 17-season playing career that culminated in the sport's highest honor, enshrinement in the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame in 2024. Skip ahead in the article just a bit. Law enforcement's interest in Billups comes 4 months after another NBA star, Gilbert Arenas, was arrested and indicted after the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Central District of California alleged he was involved in helping operate illegal high-stakes poker games out of an L.A. area home that Arenas owned. Investigations into gambling have extended to active NBA players in recent seasons as well. Jonte Porter pled guilty in federal court and was banned by the NBA for life in 2024 for violating the league's sports gambling rules, with the league alleging that the Toronto Raptors forward had bet on NBA games and disclosed confidential information about his own participation to bettors. He is set to be sentenced in December. So, I said earlier in the show, the NBA has already had some issues regarding the gambling. Jonte Porter's story was the most recent big one for the NBA. I have a lot of thoughts on this, and they're all over the spectrum. I will start with the obvious part, which is I like sports gambling. It's not something that's a huge part of my life, but I do enjoy it enough that there are a handful of times a month that I'll jump in the car with a couple of the fellas. We'll go up to Asheville and we'll make some weekend bets because it is legal in North Carolina. Or, I'll play a DraftKings and Underdog daily fantasy here, which is legal in South Carolina, which is effectively all prop bets. But I like a little sports gambling. For 4 years, I hosted a Saturday afternoon show, nationally syndicated, that was all about sports gambling. I like it. I don't have a problem with it. It is like any other vice. Do I understand that there are people that unfortunately struggle with an addiction to it? Yes. Do I hope that those people are capable of seeking and finding help for that addiction? Absolutely. But that is not a reason, in my opinion, that is not a reason to say that other people who can do it, can handle it, can do it responsibly, do it for recreational purposes or whatever, shouldn't be allowed to do it. I don't think there's anything that you say you can't do it because that guy over there struggles with it. I think more what you should do, instead of putting time, energy, effort, and money into making it illegal, put that same time, energy, and effort into helping people who struggle with the problem not struggle with the problem, or teaching them ways to cope and deal with the problem. So I do come at this story from the perspective of someone who enjoys sports gambling and for many years made money by both doing it and hosting a syndicated radio show about it. Here's what I will say. What I will say is any athlete, I do not care the name, the level, or the sport. Any athlete who gets caught gambling on a sport that they participate in, not only should they be arrested, that should be a crime. I will go that far. That should be a crime because it is not a victimless crime. I'm not saying I exclusively belong or hold the philosophy that victimless crimes are questionable. There are spots where I think they are. There are spots where I think they aren't. This is not a victimless crime, though. If people are putting their money on a basketball game, expecting that the integrity of the game is held to the highest standard, then any athlete who sacrifices that integrity, that's not a victimless crime. Should be arrested, should be a crime, should be jail time attached to it. And the second thing is the impetus is on the league itself. The impetus on the league itself is anybody who is caught gambling on that sport, that is involved in that sport. And I'm not just talking about players. I'm talking about coaches. I'm talking about front office staff. I'm talking about general managers. I'm talking about the janitors who clean up the locker room after a game. Anybody that draws a paycheck connected to a team within a league or association that gets caught gambling, arrested, crime, banned from the sport for life. I'm sorry, you can't come back here. Because it is the only way to ensure that an athlete knows that the penalty is real and the penalty is long-lasting, is to say, if you get busted doing this, you are banned for life. We will wipe your name from the history books of this league. We will put, if your team wins a championship, we will strike your name from that roster. It will just say number 24, not your name. You are gone from history because this has to be a hard, permanent, severe punishment to stop this from happening. Now,
correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't it say in the story it's tied to crime families?
It's tied to crime
so
families.
This is mob stuff.
It very well could be. Quote, members and associates of organized crime groups are also among the couple of dozen expected to face criminal charges in 2 separate illegal gambling related cases. Again, I don't know how big this is going to get. And let's keep it a buck. When Terry Rozier got arrested, and we talked about that earlier this morning because it broke when we were on the air, I pointed out, as of right now, there's no other direct NBA-related active arrest. Because if there was one, that's going to trigger immediately. Here we are 40 minutes later with Chauncey Billups.
Is this the last one?
I have no idea. I'm going to suspect probably not, right? I'm going to suspect probably not.
How impactful, I mean, I guess it's a wait and see, but how impactful could this be on the NBA season?
I think it is going to depend on 2 things. I think it is going to depend on, are there more and how many? You know, if we get to the point where the FBI has arrested 25, 30 players, I got to tell you, even I would go, this league has no integrity. And it's not the league's fault, but the league's still got to be on top of that. So
it's also not the first time that they've been linked to something like
1,000%.
Think of referee. I don't know why I'm forgetting his name.
Tim Donaghy,
who actually went to prison for
100%. But what the NBA did in that spot was they said, look, it's one guy. We didn't know what was happening.
But maybe it wasn't.
Maybe it wasn't. But we were able to prove it for one guy. And not only did we ban that guy for life, but that guy went to prison for this thing that he did. It is something we take serious. But if it turns out, again, if there's 20, 25, 30 guys that get arrested, now you go, you clearly don't have if it's a guy, maybe even if it's two guys. And I would like to point out that, and I do think because nuance in these stories is important. Terry Rozier is directly connected to a gambling probe. And for the record, we already knew that because we already knew he was under investigation for some weird games and weird bets that happened when he was with Charlotte. In fact, we went so far as to point out there was like somebody who went and pulled a YouTube clip from the year that Terry Rozier, when he was in Charlotte, was under investigation. And somebody went and watched every game from that year and put together a super clip, which you can still find on YouTube, of moments in NBA games where Terry Rozier looked like he lost control of his motor functions. It's like, how is a high-level NBA player this bad? So, like, now that you've been connected to gambling. Now, with Chauncey Billups has been arrested, and it is just about illegal gambling. It does not, so we're clear, does not say on basketball yet. We will find that out later.
Well, there are a lot of people throwing up if you put his name in X, you'll see people saying, see, this explains why he's benching people when he shouldn't be benching people and stuff like that.
And people are going to run with that.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's a thing, but people seem to believe that it is.
People are going to run with that. And again, this is one of those times that I say social media is bad for us because people are now convinced, obviously this is the thing, when you're talking about a crime, it has to be proven. That's how the system works.
Without social media, we wouldn't know that this thing happened.
Maybe so. So with all that being said, the stance I take is this. Major League Baseball made a major mistake when they unbanned Pete Rose. I don't care that he's dead. I don't care that it's posthumous. He should have never been unbanned because Pandora's box is opened. Because now other athletes can say, well, yeah, it's a crime or it's a punishment and I'm taking one, but I shouldn't be banned for life, right? I should be allowed to keep going. I just won't do it again. I did get a question a few minutes ago from somebody that said, if an athlete wants to gamble on their sport, how can you possibly know it, find it, and stop it? And the answer is, and we've had this conversation with the higher-ups at BetMGM, not the network, the actual casino, the actual sports book. The answer is there are watchdog groups that quite literally analyze every single bet that is placed. They run it through a supercomputer and an algorithm, and they analyze every bet. And when something pops up, whether it is a load of bets on one particular prop or this is a low bet prop and then one night it just spikes and then that bet hits, whatever, the algorithm spits back, hey, this is a unique set of bets, whatever, and then it tracks who made those bets. It's how Shohei's interpreter, quote unquote, got caught. Right? Because there were a bunch of weird bets. They got triggered. It got connected to a dude who then got connected to Shohei's interpreter, and they were able to find the financial movement of the money, yada, yada, yada. There are watchdogs who keep an eye on this. This is the point where the NBA, if you want to prove to us that integrity matters to you, you got to go all in funding those groups. Here's $1 billion. Stop this from happening on our behalf. We'll talk more about this. Football gods or absolute frauds coming up in the next hour, plus some more thoughts on Shane Beamer, Mike Shula, all that in the final hour. Now, a sports flash.
The Charlotte Hornets opened their season with a 136-117 win over the Brooklyn Nets. The Hornets were led by Brandon Miller's 25 and LaMelo Ball's 20. Rookie Ryan Kalkbrenner added 10, while rookie Konkanippel put down 11 points, including going 3 for 4 behind the arc. Philadelphia's 76ers rookie VJ Edgecombe had the most impressive rookie debut in decades, recording 34 points in his first game, a 117-116 win over Boston. Edgecombe's total was the most points scored by a rookie since Wilt Chamberlain put down 43 back in 1959. The record belongs to Frank Selvey, who scored 35 in 1954. And the San Francisco Giants have hired Tennessee volunteer coach Tony Vitello. The move is the first time in history that an MLB team has hired a manager directly from college team without any experience at the pro level. Vitello won the College World Series in 2024.
To answer your question there, Austin, yes, Tim Donaghy did write a book. I believe he told his story. He spent sentenced to 15 months in federal prison, spent 11 months in a federal prison camp in Pensacola, Florida. Shout out to the Cola. And the remainder of his sentence in a halfway house. Was sent back to prison in August for violating his release terms after serving out a sentence. He was released in 2009. Oh my God, I'm getting old. I was on the radio, like 2 years on the radio when that happened.
It's okay, dude. We all do that.
It
Hopefully,
hurts.
because if we don't, then we're not here anymore, or immortal. And as far as I know, there aren't any of those, but there could be. Maybe they're on Atlas. The immortals are coming in on Atlas, possibly. Still, yeah. I mean, Chauncey Billups is a pretty big name, but is not a huge name.
Who? Chauncey Billups?
Yeah. He's a pretty big name.
He was
but
a big name when he played.
Well, for sure.
Not necessarily the most known head coach, but you also got to keep in mind, like, he took over that team right about the time that all of the stuff with Dame and CJ McCollum started going sour, and that team kind of faded after that. It is the Rob Brown Show, rolling through the most electrifying 4 hours of sports talk entertainment you will find anywhere on a Thursday morning. Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, and you. 844-326-3663, the number to text the show or call the show if you would like to be a part of it this morning. Big news on the day. We are going to get here in just mere minutes from now to a new game we are starting on the show called Absolute Frauds or Football Gods. You can say it either way because it rhymes. Where we will take a look at some of the top teams in the NFL and college football. And Lonzo and I will give our thoughts on whether that team is a legitimate title contender or if a set of variables have set them up to fool all of us. We'll get to that in a minute. But big news this morning, if you are just checking in with us, number one, you should join us at 6 a.m. every morning. I mean, it's 4 hours of absolute radio greatness. But just in case you're not a 6 a.m.er, right now we know that so far 2 major NBA names have been arrested by the FBI in connection with illegal gambling investigations. Terry Rozier, player for Orlando, has been picked up. He joined the team. He was with the Charlotte Hornets, and that is, at least in the investigation we talked about, I believe, was it last year or maybe very early this year? There were some games that got him investigated, which was still going on. Do not know if this is related to the same investigation or a new investigation. We will find out. But Terry Rozier has been arrested and Chauncey Billups has been arrested. Chauncey Billups, the head coach, longtime NBA player and very famous one during his time with Detroit, etc. But now the head coach of the Portland Trailblazers has been arrested in connection with an illegal gambling probe. We do not have much more in the way of details. Here is what we know so far. We know that Rozier was arrested in Orlando early this morning. We do not know where or when Chauncey Billups was arrested. It is likely in Portland as the Trailblazers opened their season with a home game last night. So it is likely he was picked up early this morning in Portland, though that is not confirmed as of yet. The biggest thing that I think, or the biggest detail in this story, I think so far, is that according to NBC News, quote, members and associates of organized crime groups are also among the couple of dozen expected to face criminal charges in 2 separate illegal gambling-related cases. The FBI and other officials will be announcing charges later this morning, according to sources that spoke under the condition of anonymity to NBC News. I made a lot of money off of the sports gambling world. Beer money as a gambler, because again, I told you many times, I'm beer money Rob on the BetMGM network. I give you $5, $10, $20 bets top end. But I also made a lot of money on the BetMGM network, still do, doing my own show on Saturdays and filling in as their number one fill-in host on their weekday programming. I like sports gambling. I don't have a problem with it. And it is like many other vices, like booze, like drugs, whatever. As long as you don't impact anybody else's life, I don't think other people should not be allowed to do a thing because you have a problem doing the thing. I have a very soft spot in my heart for people who struggle with alcoholism, and I will do my best to help you if I can. At the same time, that doesn't mean I shouldn't be able to have a couple of glasses of whiskey as I'm watching basketball at night, right? Same with gambling. Just because there are, unfortunately, a few people who struggle with the addiction, and I will do what I can to help with that. I have encouraged friends of mine who have told me, oh, I blew a whole paycheck, or, I gotta take out a loan to pay. Don't gamble anymore. Stop. What can I do to help you stop? I don't want anybody to suffer because of this. But at the same time, you're doing that, not me. I should still be able to do it. But none of that matters if the integrity of the NBA or any league is called into question because it is proven that multiple athletes are effectively rigging or tipping games, or at least their own prop numbers.
All right, I need to ask you a question because you were reading when I was reading another source about the Chauncey Billups thing.
Sure.
Did you talk about the poker?
I did talk about the poker, but
Okay.
I will bring it back up
All right.
because I did point this out back in the
ABC News. Portland Trailblazers head coach, also known as Blazers, Chauncey Billups, has been charged in an illegal poker operation tied to the mafia.
So I brought that up because Gilbert Arenas got arrested not terribly long ago. And it was initially, it was announced as an illegal gambling investigation that led to the arrest of Gilbert Arenas. And of course, and I think it's understandable, but this is why I tell people, don't jump to conclusions. People started writing off with Gilbert Arenas was tipping basketball games when he was a player. And that is not what happened. What happened was Gilbert Arenas owned a house in California that he was working with an organized crime ring in California to allow illegal high-stakes poker games to take place, and he got arrested for that. It had nothing to do with basketball. It is, I'm not even going to say improbable. It is absolutely a distinct possibility that Chauncey Billups specifically, because again, we already know Rozier is under investigation for bets directly connected to the NBA. We know Rozier's is connected in that direction. It is possible that Chauncey Billups is 1,000%. It's more of a poker thing. It's more of a casino thing. It's more placing bets that are illegal in his state. I need to go look up what the is sports gambling legal in Portland. And even if it's not, we don't know where any of these charges come from. Again, according to the FBI, we're going to learn them later on in the day. But it is very possible that Chauncey Billups' charge is high-stakes poker, illegal underground poker, or something like that, which is why there would be two separate investigations.
But at the same time, if it's linked to the same organized crime organization that they're going after, then I guess then the two things are linked, right?
Yes, if it is one organized crime ring and over here they're running illegal high-stakes poker games like The Sopranos, and over here they're running an illegal sports book like The Sopranos, then they would be. But it is also a possibility that it is indeed two separate investigations that don't have a link. Over here, we got a bunch of NBA guys because, again, courtesy of The Last Dance with Michael Jordan, you know that NBA players love gambling on some cards, man. Like, you've heard stories over and over and over again about how these guys are playing, $10, $20, $30,000 a buy-in poker games just on their flights between games. Because, hey, 20 grand if you're making $17 million a year is pocket change, right? Like, I've gone on, trips with fraternity groups or with fellow sports fans. Like you go to an out of town game, you rent a bus, a bunch of fans go, yeah, we might throw a game of spades down in the back of the bus and put some money on it. We might throw some Texas Hold'em down and play some cards in the back of the bus, and it's a $5 to buy in. Okay, cool, $5, I'll entertain myself. 20, 30 grand sounds like a lot, not if you're making 17 million. But if you are involved in that much, that would get to a point where that tips the scale towards, okay, now it's an illegal high-stakes poker game. So we don't know is the answer. It may be that that the arrest of Chauncey Billups is in the same probe as Terry Rozier. As Lonzo pointed out, and this is, again, I think that this is a bad thing about social media. You've got people who are now dissecting everything the Trailblazers have done for the last few years. I think Chauncey Billups got hired there in 2021, whatever it was. Everything that organization has done in game since Chauncey Billups took over. There may be some legitimate just coaching strategy, and people are going to automatically assume, I know ball better than Chauncey Billups. This was obviously a move made to, make sure that Portland didn't cover the spread or whatever. But on the flip side, we don't know that for a fact. So I'm not going to make any assumptions, allegations. I'm not going to tell you this is what happened. I don't know. Here's what I do know. What I do know is the NBA better bring a friggin' hammer down on this. Specifically Rozier. They did it on Jonte Porter. He's banned for life from the NBA. And I will say, I hope that the NBA, whether it is now or a handful of years from now when Jonte Porter dies, I hope that they do not do what MLB did and go soft. And again, I've got a bunch of theories about why MLB decided to lift the lifetime ban. Well, I guess you can say it's lifetime and lifetime's over, but to lift the permanent ban on Pete Rose. I got a lot of theories. I think there was some political posturing at a point in time where MLB had some legislation that they wanted to go their way. I think there was some level of political kowtowing, but whatever the reason is that they lifted the ban on Pete Rose, I think it was a terrible idea. I think it opened Pandora's box. I think it created a world where athletes who get caught gambling on their sports can now say, wait a minute. Sure, I'll take a banishment of X amount of years, but you let Pete Rose back in, so eventually you got to let me back in, right? And I can capitalize on that. I can ride the circuit. I can write a book. I can go to conventions, whatever, and I know eventually I will get back in, which, especially if I'm a Hall of Fame caliber player, which Jonte Porter wasn't, but he's not bad. It's not a Hall of Fame caliber player. For a guy like Pete Rose, show up, sign a bunch of balls, do a bunch of autographs, do a bunch of interviews on podcasts, and ride that wave, because all of those pieces of memorabilia and all those interviews that people record. When Zoe and I record celebrities here, we record and save every one of them, every single one of them. If somebody like Pete Rose is going to go out and do all that, and they know that there is a better than zero chance that they will get reinstated one day. Now I can raise the price of all that stuff I sell and say, though I am banished for life now, I am a future Hall of Famer. And when I get reinstated by Major League Baseball, this ball that is only worth $1,000 now is going to be worth $5,000 when I'm officially a Hall of Famer. If MLB makes the next big mistake and they make Pete Rose a Hall of Famer, everything that guy ever signed, did, taped, recorded, whatever, the value of that instantly skyrockets, because now he's not just Charlie Hustle, arguably one of the greatest ball hitters of all time. Now he's MLB Hall of Famer Pete Rose. Doesn't matter if he's dead, right? And if I know that even if this guy dies, if he's going to be in the Hall of Fame one day, this ball I had him sign for $600 is now worth $1,400. I'm going to go get him to do that thing. Now they can make money off of gambling on the sport. I don't know how you can stop that other than saying you will never be a Hall of Famer. Not when you're alive, not when you're dead, not when your kids' are dead. It's not going to happen. Never coming off the books. So I think that was a big mistake. If I'm the NBA, I am right now, and I don't know that they will get anything out of it, but I'm on the horn with the FBI saying, I would like every bit of information that you have. And I want to work with you here, because I want to invest in this investigation. I want you to throw the book at players. If there's an active player, we will boot him out of the league. We will not protect him or allow him to be protected by the league or the Players Association. We will do nothing but help you end this. It has to stop. Because again, even as somebody who likes gambling on sports, part of the reason that I like gambling on sports is because as of right now, even though a lot of these leagues have done their darndest to give me reasons to, I don't doubt the integrity of the league. I do not subscribe to, I'm not even going to make jokes right now. I do not subscribe to the belief that the league helps the Kansas City Chiefs win. That's not a thing I believe is real. I do not believe that the NBA tips games or wants certain outcomes in certain games or certain series or championships. I don't believe that. I don't believe that Major League Baseball has some grand behind-the-scenes conspiracy to make sure that the LA Dodgers are the most successful baseball team on the planet right now, even though there's evidence, or not evidence, there's anecdotal beliefs. Like, for instance, one of the stories going around with the Dodgers right now. The Major League Baseball ranks are letting the Dodgers get away with everything. Why? The Dodgers are the most famous team specifically in Asia, in Japan. That's how they ended up with Yamamoto and Shohei Ohtani, et cetera, or why they went out of their way to sign Japanese players. They are the most popular team in Japan. They make almost as much money on merch sales in Japan as they do in the States. So there's a reason for MLB to push them, especially when you consider the fact that MLB, much like NFL, is looking for international teams in the future, potentially to have an entire MLB in Europe and then in Asia. And then eventually the champs of those three leagues play each other for a true World Series, right? So that would make sense. But I don't think that is happening. I think the Dodgers just took advantage of Major League Baseball's rules and put together a friggin' juggernaut. So I don't doubt the integrity of MLB. I'll make bets. I don't doubt the integrity of the NBA, but I'll make bets. The NFL, but I'll make bets. What I will say is, and this Lonzo asked earlier, how many arrests and what amount of arrests do we get to that it takes to get Rob Brown to the point that he goes, I have a problem now? And the answer is, I don't know, but I know that one more than one is a grave concern. If we start getting to 5, 6, 7, now I'm at a point where I go, on any given night, as many as 20 to 25% of these games might have one guy in them that is tipping the game so that his boys can win a bet. So if I'm the NBA, if you get caught and busted, not only am I going to do everything in my power to help the FBI or whoever is involved, the investigating agency of choice, put your ass in jail for as long as I can, but you are banned permanently for life from this sport. And number 3, I am taking some of my money. I am investing it in the watchdog groups that pay attention to stuff like this. The groups that they take all of the data of every bet that is filed with these sports books, and they compile them and they run them through an algorithm. And this algorithm is able to take tens of thousands of bets per second and say, here's a betting pattern that is different than usual. If you see that, I'm going to make this one up, Terry Rozier's assist number is over under 5.5. And then it's 5.5 and 5.5 and 5.5 and 5.5. And then one night, when the bets are split 50-50 over under 5.5, one night you see 70% of the bets come in on Rozier, but more importantly, you see 3 bets of $75,000 come in on Rozier. That computer is going to go, what? Red flag. And it's going to kick it up to this agency, and this watchdog is going to be able to go look at those bets. Who made them? When did they make them? Where did they make them? And any other connecting data, which then they can extrapolate to go find out in real life who made these bets. Then they're going to be able to have the legal authority to pull the financials that led to that bet. That's how Shohei Ohtani's interpreter got caught doing this. Now, whether he fell on the sword for Shohei or not, that's still an argument, but that's how they got there. So if I'm the NBA, as part of my, hey, America, you can still trust me, I care about the integrity of the game, I would 1,000% be giving money hand over fist to these sports gambling watchdogs and saying, look, we don't want this to happen either. So we are going to invest heavily in organizations whose role is to prevent it from happening, because I believe that there is one cardinal sin that these pro leagues can develop and lose their stature. One and one alone. And that is losing the integrity of the football contest. You can have players out there acting up politically. You can have players getting involved in entertainment. You can have coaches doing this and players getting arrested and owners acting inappropriately and illegally. All that's fine. The one thing you don't do is take away the immersion that at 1 o'clock, when the Saints kick off, I'm watching a game where 2 groups of 53 men have the exact same opportunity to win a football game. Or when I tune in Tuesday and the New Orleans Pelicans are playing the Memphis Grizzlies, I have a belief that there are 2 basketball teams that have the exact same opportunity to win a game. And that if I'm a gambler and I make a bet, the integrity of the game I'm betting on is protected. If it ever gets to a point where it becomes obvious that's not true, That's the downfall of the NBA, the NFL, the MLB, the MLS, or any other sporting agency. So they cannot afford to not take this deathly seriously. When we come back, yes, it is Thursday. You know what that means. We've been a little busy. I didn't forget it. It's written down. You just got me all caught up in a gambling probe. It's a big deal.
All right, see, I helped you.
You did.
You can, and you didn't
I would
have
have
to
come back to it.
You didn't have to. I stopped you before you teased, and then you threw yourself under the bus. That's your fault.
Fight Club when we come back, and then we will end the show because I have to do it today. With football gods are absolute frauds. That's how we wrap up the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, y'all do me a favor. Stay right there. We'll be right back with Fight Club. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome into the segment that has never been forgotten in the history of this program.
Damn you, Terry Rozier!
Yeah, that's what you're going with. It is the Fight Club, where we talk about things that have to do with combat sports. And, I cannot wait to talk more MMA. And I'm going to be honest, I'm waiting till it's on Paramount, so I don't have to pay $70 to watch it. And then you're going to get more of me talking about it. But until then.
Real quick, sorry to interrupt. We are getting our first reports now that Chauncey Billups' arrest is not basketball related. Apparently, he was involved in, quote, an illegal poker operation tied to the mafia.
Which is what I just said last hour.
I understand, but that was a guess. This is the report.
No, it wasn't a guess. I quoted ABC News.
Oh, I thought you were saying,
is it possible? I even quoted ABC. Listen, all right, let's be honest. He did forget Fight Club, just like he forgot what I said last hour.
You played the Friday song to open the show.
I did.
I was letting it die.
You're right. I did. All right. Before we get to the PLE that happens this weekend, let us ask this major question. Seth Rollins stripped of the belt. Can the Vision survive without him? Will Braun turn on Bronson? I'm going to answer this before you do. I don't think the Vision can survive without Seth Rollins. I don't think Braun's there yet. Can Heyman build him up enough? Not if he has someone else to build up to. So Braun is going to have to attack Bronson. Historically, other than the bloodline, Heyman has built up a single guy. And I think in order for Braun to get the run that he needs, he's going to have to attack Bronson Reed.
I think that you are likely correct. That being said, I don't know how that plays out, because I do think that Braun Breaker is talented, charismatic enough that he can go as either a face or a heel. I don't think Bronson Reed can, right? Like, I think when we've seen him make the effort both directions, I think Bronson Reed is just a natural heel. And so in order to make that happen, you've got to turn Braun Breaker face. But if you're going to turn Braun Breaker face, what do you have him do after that? If he does retain, what do you have him do after that? Right? Like, is there a next big heel? Not really, unless you know what the timeline is for the return of Seth Rollins. And then you have Seth come back as a face and try to get his belt back off of Braun Breaker. But we don't know what the injury is. I don't know how long that's going to take. I don't know what the case is. So, I mean, yeah, I think that is the likely outcome. The problem is I genuinely don't know what is going to happen after that, and who is going to walk out of there as the good guy, the bad guy.
I guess we'll see. I think it'll play out pretty quick. Obviously, when Seth comes back, he's going to go after the faction. If it's, I guess they have to keep it around till he gets back, whenever he gets back.
I mean, I think you can split it up and have Braun Rhodes. You can have Braun run solo with Paul Heyman, and you just treat Braun Breaker like Paul Heyman when he was with Brock Lesnar, right? Like, Paul cuts the majority of it. Every now Braun, but let's also be honest, like, Braun's been pretty good on the mic in the run. Like, he's been pretty good. You can just have him pair up with Paul, or if you really want to do something with the other Braun, with Braun's son away from Braun Breaker, you have them split. You have Braun win it, but then be like, no, screw you, Paul Heyman. This is all your fault. Have him go with Bronson Reed. Let Braun do his own thing as the champ until you decide what you want to do next with him, which now still lets Bronson Reed have the rocket strapped to him that is Paul Heyman.
All right, Halloween Havoc coming up this Saturday. Still, it's my favorite names. One of my favorite names as far as pay-per-views, PLEs, whatever goes in the history of wrestling. Halloween Havoc. I just think it's just a great name.
I agree. And I would also say that it's a great name. And like, outside of WrestleMania, Halloween Havoc for wrestling fans, might have some of the greatest stories involved in one show of all time. Like, some of the greatest moments, Buried Alive matches were classic back in the day. Halloween Havoc is an institution.
NXT hasn't done a bad job with it. Remember the zombies a couple of years ago with the zombie referee? I just thought that was hilarious.
The only one that I genuinely hated, and I think it was at a Halloween Havoc, was when they did the zombie match, And it was promoting like Walking Dead or a zombie movie.
It's the same match that I'm talking about.
Is that the one you're talking about?
That I liked the zombie referee. I thought that was hilarious.
It was like a lumberjack match, and there were like 50 zombies from that movie. I think it was a movie. It may have been a TV show, but there were like 50 zombies around the outside of the ring. And when a wrestler got thrown out, the zombies literally like dragged him under the ring as if they were going to murder that person. But what was weird about it was they did all that, and they literally went the whole thing. Like the zombies were dragging wrestlers under the mat, and then they disappeared. But then those same guys show back up next week, and they never mentioned it again.
All right, Austin says that was for Batista's movie.
That's what it was.
Which was a good movie, by the way. I love that movie. And there was a sequel, and I never watched the sequel. All right, let's get to the matches. I think there are 6 of them. The first one, Javon Evans and Leon Slater. A great pairing. I mean, those guys are really good. One from TNA, one from NXT, going up against Rob's favorite, Mr. Iguana, and La Parka.
All-timer.
Look at you. You got the motions for both of them.
Listen, straight up, Joe B and I were having this conversation about La Parka the other day. La Parka has got to be one of the most 10 entertaining wrestlers of all time that is never named.
It's not the same guy.
Of course it's not. It's not about the same guy. That's the great thing about a luchador is like the legacy can carry on.
And he carries a full outfit.
Yeah.
I mean, he wears a full outfit.
Yeah,
so
it's incredible. To this day, like of all of one of my pride and joys over the years is that I don't mind trying to hit an impersonation of the wrestler in front of the wrestler. Like doing it in front of Ricky Saints was awesome. I think the one guy I wouldn't try that in front of is La Parka because the La Parka walk carrying the chair deserves better than that. Give me for every match forever, and I don't care who is the character, I will always take La Parka to win a fight.
By the way, I think you impressed Ricky Saints, and I put you on the spot for that, and I think you
nailed it.
You did. Javon Evans and Leon Slater win this match.
Sure, but I'm not going to allow myself to bet against La Parka.
All right, and
That's my dog.
I don't know if you saw the videos or not, but the Hardys are broken again. It was a pretty good video, and they're using CGI now, or they're using AI with their effects and everything. They come out of the water. I liked it. I really did. And he's not woken. He's broken because he's in TNA, so you can say broken and not woken. And, 2-time participant on this show, Matt Hardy, by the way, been here a couple of times. The Hardy Boys going up against Dark State. I don't get Dark State. I know what they're trying to do with it. I just don't think it's working. I don't think a couple of those guys wrestle well enough. I mean, you think back to other factions, there's usually some really good wrestlers in there, and I don't think they are. I get it's NXT. I do. But the broken Hardy Boys win this match.
Listen, Dark State is just dollar store the Shield, right? Like we're all on board with that, down to and including the face mask. Like it's the same face mask.
See, I was thinking of the failed thing where the lights would go out and everything. I forget the name of the place. I mean, the name of the faction.
Like Insanity?
No, where they were all wearing masks. And see, it's so bad that you've forgotten what it was.
Well, there's been a handful of those.
No, this was more recent.
Wyatt Six?
No. How
point is, I don't know what you're talking about. What I am going to say is, I do think they're dollar store Shield.
One of the dudes was wearing a hockey mask, and they all had like rapper names.
All right,
I forget.
Doesn't matter. I do know what you're talking about. T-Bar and the Boys.
Yeah, that's it. That's about how memorable Dark State's going to be in another year.
I don't think they're bad. I just don't think they're good. I think
Retribution.
Unfortunately,
Thank you, Austin.
They have spent too much time trying to pull parts of a bunch of gimmicks instead of putting on their own. All that being said, as much as I think they need to be done, I think the Hardy Boys are winning this.
Wow, you hate old people.
I don't hate old people. I hate seeing guys that I grew up loving very clearly having problems walking and still jumping off of ladders. Like you felt about Sting, that's me with the Hardys.
Yeah, I don't think they're to that level. Sting, by the way, showed back
Matt
up.
Hardy can't walk down the ramp, dude.
He walks better than you think. All right, the next match, Sol Ruca apparently injured, and so she cannot defend her North American Championship, but Zarya is going to step up and defend it for her against Blake Monroe. I hope Sol Ruca is really not hurt because she's my favorite wrestler right now. Finishing moves best in the world. Zarya is going to lose the belt, and this is the beginning of the breakup of Zarya and Sol Ruca, who both have spent a lot of time lately on the main roster on SmackDown and they're moving up, but Sol Ruka's star.
I agree with everything you just said, including the winner of the match. I am going to add one more caveat. Mariah May at AEW was better than Blake Moreau in NXT.
Absolutely.
Mariah May was a better
They're not
character.
doing anything with her. And
Yeah.
I wonder, is it because she hasn't, her wrestling is not up to par yet?
No, I don't, because we saw her wrestle in AEW and she was good. I think it is a matter of when they brought her over.
They have a lot of women.
Sure.
Yeah.
She can still, that doesn't impact her ability to go. When they brought her over, I think they thought we're going to do an updated, better version of the same character. But what made Mariah May work at AEW, they won't let her get away with in NXT. So instead, all you end up with is pretty blonde with a pinup model cartoon logo. But what is she past that? And the answer is not much.
All right. I believe what made her work at AEW was Toni Storm. That was it.
I think Toni Storm works with everybody, but I also think yes, you are correct. But I also think the fact that she could be a little bit more adult insinuating was what made her work in that spot. Like you can't have.
Okay. You just want her to be more raunchy. And
That's not that. It's not that. It's saying that if your character is contemporary modern day Marilyn Monroe, you better have some sex appeal to it. And all she's got right now is she does the pose in front of the mirror, which is a dope entrance, but like, there's no sex appeal to that character. And that type of character, the blonde bombshell, only works if you have that. And just being pretty isn't sex appeal.
Wow. You just said that. Okay.
I'm right.
Okay.
And somebody who is pretty and oozes sex appeal, clearly I know what I'm talking about.
Yep. People can hardly contain themselves. All right. There's 3 matches left. Ethan Page, who is the NXT North American champion, and a great one too. One of the most arrogant heels in all of wrestling. I love it. Going up against El Hijo de Dr. Wagner Jr.
Against who?
I'm not doing it again. Dr. Wagner Jr.
El Hijo de Dr. Wagner Jr.
Do you really think you did it better?
Yes.
Why did it sound German?
Yeah. Because his name is Dr. Wagner.
No, it's
that
not.
is a German name.
It's not. It's Dr. Wagner.
Just because the boys on the mic don't say it as Wagner, that's what that name is.
Yeah, he's a luchador.
Just
He's
like it
not
is
German.
Brasilia, Espanol, France.
Next thing you're going to tell me is that El Grande Americano is not Mexican.
Why would I say that? That would be a dumb thing to say.
Well, you just said Dr. Wagner was German.
Listen, all I know is Wade Barrett told me that his nipples are different than Chad Gable's, so we know it's a different guy.
Okay, well, that's
That's
probably,
a real thing
that probably checks out. All
Real
right.
thing that happened on my speakers. Ethan Page.
Yeah, Ethan Page still, he retains. JC Jane, current women's champion, going up against Tatum Paxley. I love this. I wish Tatum Paxley would win.
Same.
I've always been a Tatum Paxley fan.
Same.
The dolls, the creepy things. I love it. I'm going to go with Tatum Paxley wins.
My wife's on a call right now, so I can say it. I love bat bleep crazy women. I love Tatum Paxley. She's not beating JC Jane, not in this match.
I think there could be some shenanigans going on to cause it to happen.
Maybe so. But I'm not going to bank on it.
There's like there's 2 factions involved and Lyra Valkyria and outside. I think Lyra Valkyria is boring too, but the thing is, she's really Tatum Paxley's best friend. All right, one last thing. Ricky Saints, friend of the show, Ricky Saints.
Buddy.
That's right. Current champ going up against former South Carolina Gamecock, Trick Williams.
You know, I will always pull for folks from the community, but as I am both A native born and proud New Orleanian, and B, Ricky Saints is a buddy of the show. Allow me to say with great pride and still Ricky Saints.
I agree with you, Ricky Saints. It's probably going to be one of the best matches on the card.
The Rob Brown Show bump is real.
Slay.
All right, so I'm going to guess that coming back from this break, we're going to play that new game.
We are going to try our best to play that new game.
Unless there's more breaking gambling news.
I was going to say, I say that now. We shall find out if any more NBA players and/or coaches get arrested. We do know now that Chauncey Billups' arrest is a high-stakes poker game charge connected to working with the mafia, same as Gilbert Arenas. Terry Rozier's is basketball related. So there are 2 different investigations, one of them into the mafia, one of them into gambling on basketball, may or may not be involved with the mafia. We don't know. If we get any more information, we'll bring it back. If we don't, we will play football gods or absolute frauds in the next segment or tomorrow or maybe Monday. At this point, who knows? It's the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
All right. I don't know if this is true or not, but former NBA player and coach Damon Jones was charged in an illegal gambling case per ABC. I don't know who Damon Jones is. And it's from NBA Central, although they are checkmarked. So
That button.
So Damon Jones, not a big enough name.
It doesn't. It rings a bell, but I don't.
Former Cleveland Cavaliers assistant coach Damon Jones reportedly arrested in FBI sports gambling probe. This dropped
So if
7
they
minutes
say
ago.
sports gambling, that means on the game. NBC News is saying that Damon Jones has also been arrested by the FBI in connection with the charges being announced today. No indication he is tied to bets on games in which he played, according to 2 people familiar with the matter. So he may just be betting on basketball in general.
Yeah, but that's still
like-
that's still the 3rd NBA arrest in the last hour.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as gambling on the game and stuff, like
So he's not a big enough name.
no, it's not that he's not a big enough name. This is a big deal. Like, this is a lifetime ban worthy, just like Jonte Porter. I'm just saying, like, I can't hold Chauncey Billups getting in mafia poker games against the NBA. Be like, this impacts the integrity of the game. Now, if it ever came around that the mafia had him making decisions in games, then yes.
Because let's say it's a high stakes game, and if you lose, you have to make things happen in the game as opposed to having anything to do with money.
It's like a movie. If he's $100K in debt to Tony Soprano, and Tony says, "Hey, I need this guy to hit the under tonight," and all of a sudden that guy gets benched with 10 minutes to play in the 4th quarter in a tight game, now we have to have the discussion. But still, you have to prove all of that. What I'm saying is, if it's just playing poker, he's just playing poker with the with mafia members. Like, that's not going to be something that I go, the integrity of the league is impacted. But if they keep picking up players betting on basketball, then that is a different world.
Yeah, Charles looks sick at first.
Charles Barkley said, "I don't know what CJ McCollum did to somebody. We freed George Santos. Let's free CJ McCollum."
Here's the thing, though. He needs to buy new suits because with the
Chuck?
weight, with the weight loss, he looks like something out of a Talking Heads video. It's not.
Yeah, he definitely looked like he was
Me and my wife were
of
watching.
sizes.
It's like, is he sick? What's wrong?
Yeah.
Then we saw his commercial about how he
did a
lost the
loss
weight.
deal,
Yeah. He did one of them shots things.
Damon Jones is not in the league right now. He spent a couple of years coaching the Cavs, but is not there any longer. I'm looking at the.
That's a good point, Jim, because he's an expert. So you got to go to the expert.
Yeah, that was kind of my take earlier, Joey B. We were talking about it. Like, it's one thing for a guy or two to get busted, but if we end this day with 12, 13, 14 players arrested, I think the NBA, I'm not going to say the NBA is dead, but they will be.
At 10 a.m., I'm actually going to go listen to a press conference.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm kind of stuck right now. We got effectively 5 minutes left in the show. And all day long, I have been teasing a new segment I would like to do called Football Gods or Absolute Frauds, where we take a look at the top teams in the NFL and college football and say, are they actual championship threats or
2 days in a row? You've
100%.
Yeah,
but 2 days in a row, we have had stuff happening and breaking that becomes important. In fact, I spent one of the breaks off the stream right after the announcement that Chauncey Billups got arrested an hour ago. I asked Zoe during the break, I'm like, do we do the segment I teased here, or is this a bigger story than that? And we both consensus agreed, like Chauncey Billups getting arrested less than 2.5 hours after we found out that Terry Rozier got arrested for an illegal gambling probe. It feels like that's a big enough story. Now, again, didn't have all the details. And now we have found out that Chauncey Billups' arrest is connected to a illegal poker ring that has ties to the mafia, which is apparently still a real thing, which changes that up a little bit, right? Like if a guy gets arrested for playing high stakes poker in the back room of a house somewhere, like, okay, honestly, I don't really care. I care in that it is a way to funnel money to the mafia, and that's not great. But like playing poker, whatever. I care a lot more about Terry Rozier because I'm a selfish son of a gun, and the integrity of the NBA matters to me, especially as a longtime NBA fan. Joy B dropped on the chat, said if there's a bunch of coaches and players getting arrested for gambling on the NBA, that could be a bomb that goes off for the league. One guy's a problem. Several makes the whole league look shady. That's why this story is big. It is not just that. Rozier has been arrested. Now, former player / coach Damon James has been arrested as well. Jones. Damon Jones has been arrested. Jones spent a handful of years in the league, and then I think either 2 or 3 years coaching for the Cavs. He's not connected to the NBA now, but obviously as a player with multi-years and a coach for multi-years, if he's gambling on basketball in a way that he was investigated for it, it likely means it was taking place while he was in the league. And, it is going to be one thing as legalized sports gambling continues to grow in acceptance over the United States of America. It is one thing for a couple of guys now active to get busted gambling. I'm not saying it's good. It's obviously bad. It's one thing for a couple of guys who are active now to get caught gambling now. It is another thing if a couple of guys from now get caught gambling now, and then we start to see names going backwards throughout the NBA. Because it's one thing where the NBA could come out, grab a mic, and go, hey, look, this is a recent problem. We understand that it is a problem. It is a relatively new problem for us as legalized gambling takes foot around the country. It is something that we were not necessarily prepared for, but we are going to handle business to make sure that it does not happen anymore. It is an entirely different bag of crap if it is guys that were gambling in 2020, 2015, 2010. If we go back to, and I was pointing out, we talked on the stream a while back, we were talking about Tim Donaghy. Tim Donaghy was, of course, the official back in 2000.
He's trending right now, by the way.
Of course he is.
I don't know why.
So Tim Donaghy was the NBA official that got busted for gambling back in the early 2000s and ended up going to prison. Ended up going to sentenced to, if I recall correctly, sentenced to 15 months in federal jail. Ended up doing 9 months at a work camp in my old hometown of Pensacola, Florida, was released to a halfway house, but violated his probation rules, was sent back to prison for like the last 4 months of his sentence, wrote a book, got famous, obviously banned from the NBA for life, whatever. If Tim Donaghy, which was absolutely the biggest story of the NBA in years at that point, and at that point, had to have the hammer brought down on him so the NBA could say, hey, look, it's one guy and that sucks, but we're doing everything we can. If we start seeing, and I'm not saying we will or we won't, I'm saying if, hypothetically, if we start to see players that date back to Tim Donaghy's era, if we start to see players that connect all the way back to 2009-ish, I think at that point, honestly, the NBA's integrity is kaput. I think at that point, the integrity of the NBA it's in a spot where even and we talked yesterday, I spoke extensively. I grew up an NBA fan. Basketball is my favorite sport. I watch more basketball than football. I watch more basketball than baseball. I love basketball. It is my first love of sports. And I love the NBA. I was watching the NBA as a child with my uncle. That's why I talked about yesterday, the absolute nostalgia that kicked in when I heard John Tesh's round ball rock drop for the first time in 2 decades. It was all those emotions, whatever. But if it turns out that I have been pouring my love into an event that has been rigged and had no integrity since I was a kid, guess what, guy? I'm out. And if there ever comes a point where I have to crack the radio waves and say, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rob Brown Show, we are never talking about the NBA on this show ever again, it is going to be a sad day. Hey, kids, make sure you tune in tomorrow at 8:20 a.m. I've written it down. It's going on a sticky note. When we play, football gods are absolute frauds.
Guess what, guy? I'm going to have to find someone who says, guess what, guy? There's got to be a clip out there somewhere.
You're talking over your sports flash.
Yeah, I am. I screwed up again. You know, here's the thing. If you're going to start a show one way,
might as well end it.
You might as well end it
Start
the same
strong.
thing. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's just the way it goes. I was thinking about something that I'm going to bring up, and I put the wrong thing on there. Whatever.
Okay.
Dude,
We'll get there.
You know, I need to see you in the office after the show.
We might both get that call.
I would say, here's the thing. I got a press conference to listen to, so I can't do that. All right, the first thing that's Xing is Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson Xing.
I'm just gonna let the bet go till it finishes.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, we're committed to it now.
Yeah.
I believe I may have read this wrong that Lamar Jackson is not returning this weekend for the Ravens. He's going to sit out one more.
That's not why.
Why? Oh no, I do know this. I saw it last night. There's a video going around of allegedly Lamar Jackson interacting with somebody. I don't know if they're like bringing him food or they went and got food or whatever.
He's at a food truck.
Okay, he's at a food truck
after midnight in Florida,
and he's getting some food. And the belief is Lamar was faded, as the kids would say, aka high off his gourd, which I'm going to keep it a buck. I will acknowledge to my vices. I'm a drinker, not a smoker. A long time ago it gave me anxiety attacks. I had to stop. Okay. But I'm going to tell you, if I'm at a food truck in a gas station parking lot after midnight, there's a very good chance I was participating in a vice that evening. Hey, if he did, I don't care. Have your fun. But shouldn't you be in a hospital or something?
I was just going to say, he didn't look like his hamstring was hurt. But here's the other thing. I think it's implied that it's exactly what he was doing from my understanding of how that affects you. It makes you want to eat. And did you see the two things of food?
I will call.
That was a lot of food.
I will call timeout on this. I'm going to call I'm going to call a coach's 30 on this one and say, one of the biggest.
He's using his talk down voice.
No. I'm using my defend voice here.
Okay.
The defend voice because
I get those confused.
It would be a lie to tell you that Rob Brown has not, even in very recent memory, gotten into his car at 12 o'clock at night and driven to a fast food joint that stays open into the evening to get a hamburger because your boy was solid hungry.
I don't believe it. You've lost a ton of weight. You haven't put it back on. And if you were doing those things that you're talking about right now, you'd be as big as I am.
It's all about calorie budgeting. If I know that I'm going to get up and head down to my favorite late night snack, the Whataburger, and I'm going to grab myself a double Whataburger with cheese, and I'm going to go home and eat it. Those
things are too big, though.
They're my favorite.
Yeah, it's just
if I'm going to go
eat this whole thing, I'm full.
If I'm going to go snag a double Whataburger with cheese, I know that I'm not eating again until dinner the next night so that I stay under my calorie budget. You can lose weight and still eat garbage food. You just got to be smart about how you do it.
By the way, I know that too. I was just joking.
I have gotten up out of the bed at midnight before to get in the car and go get food.
Rob,
and the reason I love my wife is the number of times she said, you better bring me something too.
In your opinion, did he look fried?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for
Same
sure.
here.
100%.
All right, the next thing that's excellent
100%.
that made me laugh earlier because of the reaction that it may or may not get. Chemtrails are Xing right now.
America, listen to me for just a moment. I am begging you, hands and knees, pleading with you from the bottom of my heart. read a mother science book. Just
Okay,
read a book.
Let me know when you're
Just
done.
read a book.
Point to me or something.
Just
when you're
read
done, 'cause we only
a
have so
book.
much time.
I don't want to hear another conspiracy theory about 3i Atlas. It's a freaking rock.
All right.
floating
First of all, I just want to point out that the government has gotten involved in full disclosure, which is what they do. They're going to let everyone know what chemtrails actually are. So we're going to find out once and for all.
I can do that right now.
Yeah,
I can do it right now.
Yeah, but
I can do it this very second because I'm not an idiot.
Last I checked, you're not an expert either.
I don't need to be an expert.
You do.
I know basic elementary level science.
Allegedly.
No, not allegedly.
Yeah, I haven't seen your grades. Or
It's
you may not have graduated from high school. I
It's
don't know.
a contrail. There's a degree hanging on my freaking wall. Go look at it. It is quite
Look at your
literally
wall.
a contrail.
It's all soccer
It is
stuff.
condensation. You're the same morons that it rains and you go, government's out here making it rain on us right now.
Why do they have to have a southern accent? Sounds like you're implying something.
Don't make me the bad guy in this. You're the bad guy.
I'm
You're
not
the bad guy.
All right, I am the heel of the show.
Contrails.
And finally,
read a book.
Finally, well, according to reports, the military named it chemtrails.
Read a book.
Yeah, well, I can read the internet. What I need a book for. Finally, the last thing that's Xing is DraftKings.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed the show. If you didn't, you got Bad Taste in Radio. Come back tomorrow. We'll do it all over again on the hashtag Friday Football Fiesta, where we play our favorite game, Absolute Gods or Football Frogs.
This thing better be good. With all the teasing
I'm going
it's
to put
getting.
3 hours into it tonight just to make damn sure I got this covered. All right, we're going to do that. We'll talk to Rashad Beard about the Carolina Panthers. We'll talk to Denton Day about college football, get his thoughts. We will talk to, I don't know, whoever else is showing up tomorrow. I don't even know what the hell's happening.
Just a bunch of people that
Just a
will
bunch
make
of
us
people.
not actually play that game.
Oh, the boys from Moving the Chains to set you up for the Friday Night Lights. Whatever. Ladies and gentlemen, don't drink and drive. I will punch you in the face. And chemtrails aren't real. They're contrails. It's just condensation, just like fog and steam in the rain. Don't be an idiot. See you back here tomorrow on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate later.
Now, what do you know? We got a couple of haters.
What a way to end the show.
That was amazing.
End the show. Yes, it is. If you were referring to the show as the Titanic and the end of the show being sunk, I concur.
Hey, I'm sorry I played the wrong bet.
No, it's because I allowed you to bait me back in again with the damn chemtrails, which aren't real. They're contrails. It's read a book.
I am not a
Read book.
fisherman.
Read a book.
I
Read a
do
book.
not bait anyone.
Read a book.
I also cannot math. I'm trying. We have to back time things to make it fit into it's sometimes the math is difficult after a wonderful segment like that where I'm laughing so hard on the inside. It hurts because I have a dumb laugh, so I try not to laugh out loud.
Joby, I have to tell you, I have worked making the freaking frogs gay into the show like 4 times this week, and it makes me it makes me laugh every time.
Yeah,
it's always going to be. There was never going to be a point where that's not funny to me. It's always going to be funny. Anyway, I'm going to turn off the stream before we make some freaking frogs gay.
Did you ask the frogs? I mean, have you walked out and talked to?
I'm not the one that said the chemicals in the water were making the freaking frogs gay.
If you know that, I mean, you can prove the frogs thing too, right?
No, you have to prove that the frogs are being turned freaking gay.
I mean,
the guy who said it, the absolute conspiracy theorist loser that said chemicals are turning the frogs gay, have to prove the frogs are turning gay for me to say, okay, you were right. Until then, I have no reason to believe that the chemicals are turning the freaking frogs gay.
Can you prove to me that an island can tip when there's too many people on it?
That is literally a thing a seated United States senator said. That we have to take Marines off of Guam because if we put too many there, the island will flip over. These are the people y'all are voting to lead the country. This is who you're putting in charge. People who think too many troops on an island will flip the island over.
Hey, you're almost old enough to run for president. Maybe you should do that.
Dude, at this point, I am relatively convinced I might be the smartest person in Congress, and I'm a jackass moron. But I have, again, books, and I read them sometimes. I don't think we should have a test for
Birds
voters.
are not real, Jim. They're drones.
I do think we should have a test for politicians. I think you should have to you should have to pass a basic civics test, a basic science test. If you can't pass elementary civics and science, you don't get to run for, I almost said the S word. That's how mad I am.
Wow, we are on stream. You could have gotten away with it.
I know I could, and I came close to doing it anyway. But
I appreciate your restraint.
These are the absolute geniuses that bring a snowball into Congress and go, see, climate change isn't real. Even if it's not, that's a dumb way to prove it. That's not how snow works.
None of this matters because that Atlas thing's going to kill us.
At this
all
point,
anyway.
I'm pulling for it. At this point, I'm Team 3i Atlas. I will have one complaint and one complaint alone, and that I wasted vacation days. That will be my only anger. Yeah, no, Joey B, as somebody who watches TV, I am painfully aware. Painfully aware. And for the record, the only people that are worse.
I nailed my math, by the way. I just wanted.
You always do. I don't know why you
have no
like it's a
idea about
challenge every
what
day.
day it is or what bet I should play.
The only people that are worse than the absolute dumbasses in Congress are the people who are actually smart and act like dumbasses when they get to Congress. Like, why do we live in a country that has decided to be anti-intellectualism and decide that smart people are bad and dumb people are just salt of the earth and should have the power? Stop.
Yeah,
I want smart people
We
in
should do
charge.
like other Congresses in other countries and fight. I want to see some actual.
Honestly, I'm
fights.
for it. I'm for it.
Although most of them are old and it would be ugly, but.
Ugh. Maybe that, you know what it should be? It should just fight. It should be that if someone votes against your bill, you 1v1 them, and like winner gets their bill passed. At least then we would start sending young people to Congress. Granted, there's a lot of young dumbasses too. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm on the internet. All right, I've done made myself mad for the rest of the day. Y'all have a great day. Thanks for being here. Goodbye.